Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony of the 24th International Congress of Byzantine Studies, Byzantium, Bridge Between Worlds, is now starting.
We are history and innovation. Through reason and vocation. We are the explorers with questions to ask. We are the travelers with dreams in our hearts. We gaze and observe. We build and preserve. We interact and pass on. Every day is a new beginning. If we fall, we pick ourselves up. Never alone, never abandoned when we fight for what is right. Always endeavoring, always caring, forever loving. On this earth, where we can be different and alike. We're heading towards our future. Wherever we go, wherever we are, we belong.
We are pleased to invite onto the stage Fortunato Ortombina, CEO and Artistic Director of La Fenice Theatre.
My God, such a silence. It makes a certain impression to come here with this silence. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to everybody of you for this 24th Congress of Byzantine Studies. When many months ago, with the magnifica rettrice dell'Università di Venezia, Tiziana Lipiello, who is here and I greet her, we started to talk about the possibility to start this Congress here in Venice, in La Fenice. All of a sudden, we told yes. We didn't have any doubt to do this thing together. Why, you could say. It's also not so easy because behind there is the scenery of Il Trovatore that we are staging with La Madama Butterfly and so, but we find it the space. We wanted to find the space to celebrate here this appointment for many reasons, I think. So everybody. I don't need to explain you why the Empire Byzantine and Venice are related. Don't worry, I will not explain you. And then, because we are only a few meters from the Magnifici Mosaici di San Marco, yes. There are many reasons. The very first reason, I think, is the importance of the history as a myth behind us. This is a real deep thought. Then, you know, this place where you will start to perform in a few minutes is a storytelling place. So every time that you come to the theater to see an opera, you come not just to listen to the music, you come to be told a story. And all the stories behind that they are told, that are told in all the librettos, are really deeply founded, and they come from, and they are very, very proved. They come from very deep studies that all the writer of the libretto did before. For example, a few months ago, we did I Lombardi alla prima crociata here. A piece that was never performed in Venice since almost 200 years. And when you start to work on staging a piece, you have a scenographer, you have a director, you have a costume designer, and so to provide them all them as much as possible details, knowledge, in order to get deep and deep in the opera, in the music, because when you come to see an opera, the music, of course, is important, but is what the composer used to bring you as close as possible to each word and as deep as possible in the story. And it was a great discovery to study this period carefully after the studies of when we were at school. And I understood also how too briefly, too short it was the study, especially in this period. You know, when you have a manual of history, when you are 15, 16, where they try to explain you 1,000 years of history in 20 pages, of course, it cannot be enough proved what you conserve about this knowledge. But then, reading and reading, I felt totally in love, of this girl named Anna Komnena. It was a real discovery for all of us. And also, we saw through all the report of Anna Komnena how Giuseppe Verdi and Themistocle Solera, they were very well acknowledged of what they were writing in order to give us nowadays, not only in 1843 when it was done, but they were thinking to the future generation, the right knowledge and trying to educate us to live each moment in our life of the history the history where we are with the knowledge of what happened from where we come. This is very important. And so each one of the story that we represent here through Puccini, Rossini, they come from many behind. There was many people like you who made a lot of studies and that provided to the composer and to the librettisti all the knowledge that was necessary. So this is the main reason, because I think that this is the right place to bring you, all of you here, to start this Congress. Then, you know, La Fenice, as I say always, is the most beautiful theater all around the world, sorry to tell you. And as it is also easy to say that as it is the most beautiful theater all around the world, probably is also the most beautiful auditorium in Venice. So this is another reason, because we are very happy to welcome you here. And then I want to congratulate to Veretrice and to the people that with her combined this program. I read the program of this Congress, and I have to make all my compliments for what you did, with people coming from all around the world, speaking about art, history of art, religion, philosophy, mathematics, everything. So you created really something very, not only interesting, but altogether very, let's say, as we are here, very spectacular. So you will perform a show in the next day, here and around in Venice and in Padua. And as every night I say to all the poor tenor, sopranos, conductors, who has to face 1,000 people like you, now, to each one of them I say, and now I'll tell you as you start a proper performance, to everybody of you, toi, toi, toi, e buon lavoro.
We now invite onto the stage Tiziana Lippiello, Rector of Ca' Foscari, University of Venice.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome. First of all, I would like to thank Maestro Ortombina for hosting us here and for telling you about our cooperation. This is not only an hosting place, this is a place of cooperation. That's why we decided together with the city and with the Veneto region, to cooperate and use also all the locations in Venice. We also have 2 theaters. They are not as beautiful as the Fenice, but we decided to cooperate with Fortunato Ortombina, with Master Ortombina, and with the institutions in Venice. I'm going to give my initial speech in Italian because I think we have to promote our languages and multilingualism and multiculturalism. But thank you. I just use these few words in English to thank all the scholars who contributed to these symposiums from Venice, from the University of Padua, and I greet here the Vice Rector, and also from all over the world, from Europe and from all over the world. And then, of course, I want to thank all the people who made this possible, especially from Fondazione Ca' Foscari, Consuelo Poricelli and his staff. Thank you, Consuelo, and the staff of Fondazione Ca' Foscari. And now I'm going with but don't worry, there will be the translation in English for you. Il motto del Congresso internazionale Bisanzio, Ponte Framondi, evoca la centralità spaziale, fisica e temporale dell'impero bizantino, che ricopre per 1000 anni una funzione di collegamento e di mediazione non solo tra Oriente e Occidente, ma anche tra il nord europeo, scandinavo e baltico e il sud mediterraneo e africano, e una funzione di passaggio tra l'impero romano e l'antichità, e l'impero ottomano e la modernità, occupando uno dei periodi storici più complessi e creativi, il Medioevo. Un periodo che, come scrisse Umberto Eco, under its apparent immobility and dogmatism, was paradoxically a moment of cultural revolution. Questa centralità di Bisanzio è espressa concretamente, simbolicamente dalla sua stessa capitale imperiale, Costantinopoli, che presto divenne un modello da imitare in tutto il continente eurasiatico. Ma in primis qui a Venezia, la seconda Bisanzio, grazie a continui e fitti rapporti secolari che iniziarono con la nascita stessa dei centri lagunari e di Venezia e continuarono per secoli, fino alla presa di Costantinopoli nel 1204 e poi ancora oltre la caduta del 1453 e l'inizio dell'età ottomana. La presenza di Bisanzio a Venezia è innanzitutto visibile, concreta, materiale. La Basilica di San Marco, i tesori che custodisce, i cavalli, i tetrarchi, i pilastri acritani, gli innumerevoli oggetti e vestigia custodite nelle chiese, nelle biblioteche, nel tessuto urbano della città. Ma la presenza di Bisanzio a Venezia è anche immateriale, impalpabile, radicata nella cultura cittadina, riconoscibile nel santorale della città, nella toponomastica, nella presenza delle comunità greca, slava e armena, nella simbologia degli edifici, degli abiti, degli arredi e delle cerimonie. Davvero si può parlare di una presenza continua, se non di una centralità di Bisanzio a Venezia, dalla sua nascita e fondazione sino ad oggi. Una presenza, un'ispirazione, un legame culturale con Bisanzio che a un altro livello ancora, quello della ricerca e dell'insegnamento universitario, è testimoniata dall'evento che oggi si inaugura e che consacra, ce ne fosse stato bisogno, Venezia quale luogo d'elezione per gli studi su Bisanzio e la sua civiltà, come illustra la storia stessa delle ricerche, le generazioni di studiosi che hanno condotto le loro fatiche intellettuali nelle biblioteche, negli archivi, nei diversi centri e istituzioni cittadini, e come, infine, testimonia la realizzazione stessa del congresso, che si inaugura oggi, grazie allo sforzo e al ruolo propulsivo dei bizantinisti dell'Università Ca' Foscari Venezia, e non solo. In questo senso, quindi, il 24° Congresso internazionale di studi bizantini a Venezia è un omaggio a tutta la storia della nostra città e degli studi che in questa città sono stati condotti, ma anche una testimonianza della vitalità della ricerca e della didattica dei nostri giorni. È il punto di arrivo di una stagione di studi, di magistero e di attività editoriali, ma allo stesso tempo è il segno di una crescita costante dell'attività nell'ambito degli studi bizantini, che continuerà ben oltre questo singolo, sia pure straordinario, evento, grazie ai nuovi giovani ricercatori e ricercatrici che si sono formati in questi anni nelle nostre università, nel nostro Ateneo, e poi hanno svolto proficui e prolungati periodi di specializzazione all'estero, nei maggiori centri di ricerca internazionale sia in Europa che in altri stati, e che speriamo di riaccogliere presto nuovamente a Ca' Foscari. L'Università Ca' Foscari sente forte la responsabilità di essere custodi di una grande tradizione di studi che sono e sono stati condotti a Venezia da studiosi veneziani, italiani e stranieri, e quella di essere per il futuro motore propulsivo e polo di attrazione per la salvaguardia e lo sviluppo di un ambito di studi che a Venezia, più che in qualunque altro posto al mondo, hanno la loro casa, perché qui, come disse il Bressanone, c'è quasi alterum Byzantium. Concludo ringraziando tutti coloro che hanno partecipato e anche i nostri sponsor, e spero di non dimenticare nessuno. I wish to thank all those who contributed to this event: the Department of Humanities of Ca' Foscari University of Venice, the University of Padua with two departments, the Department of Linguistic and Literary Studies and the Department of Cultural Heritage and Archaeology, the Ministry of Culture, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Marciana Library, the Foundation Cassa di Risparmio Padova e Rovigo, the Foundation of Venice, the Ismeo, the Medor, the Procatorie San Marco, Bassani Group, Caffè DM, Ca' Foscarina, Destination Venice, Fondazione Enrico Mattei, Venice University Press, and then Music Thank Viaggi. And of course, last but not least, the municipality of Venice, the city of Venice, and the Veneto region. Thank you so much. And thank you to Antonio Rigo, my colleague, who is the Deus Ex Machina of this event, and the president of the Italian Association of Byzantine Studies. Thank you so much.
We invite onto the stage Monica Salvadori, Vice Rector of Historical and Cultural Heritage, University of Padua.
Welcome to everybody, benvenuti a tutte e a tutti. È davvero un piacere questa mattina essere qui in questa veramente bellissima cornice con questo pubblico così numeroso per portare i saluti della magnifica rettrice dell'Università di Padova, professoressa Daniela Mappelli, in qualità di prorettrice al patrimonio storico-artistico e culturale. È davvero una grande emozione essere qui con voi questa mattina e aver letto la ricchezza del programma del convegno che si svolgerà durante questa settimana nelle due sedi di Venezia e di Padova. Anch'io proseguirò il mio discorso con una traduzione che scorrerà alle mie spalle. Il 24° Congresso internazionale di studi bizantini, che appunto oggi inauguriamo, si tiene per la prima volta nella sua storia secolare nelle due sedi di Venezia e di Padova. Come rappresentante dell'Università di Padova e delegata della rettrice, esprimo innanzitutto la mia soddisfazione per questa grande occasione di stretta collaborazione tra l'Università Ca' Foscari e l'Università di Padova, già avviata da tempo in molti ambiti della ricerca e della didattica, e consolidata anche nell'ambito degli studi bizantini, che fioriscono nelle due università amiche e vicine, vicinissime direi. Proprio quest'anno si celebrano gli 800 anni della nascita dello studio di Padova, come avete visto nel video introduttivo. Studio di Padova, la cui fondazione risale al 1222. Un anniversario questo che ha offerto l'occasione di una vasta riflessione sulla storia della nostra università. Un lungo tratto di questa storia lega Padova a Venezia. Da quando Padova fu conquistata dal potente vicino veneziano nel 1405, lo studio fu l'unica istituzione universitaria della Serenissima e così ancora a lungo dopo la fine dell'Ancien Régime. Il legame storico di Padova con Venezia è perciò antico e profondo, veramente profondo, ed è proprio in virtù dei legami commerciali e politici di Venezia con l'Oriente bizantino, greco, mediterraneo, che Padova divenne un polo di attrazione e di riferimento per gli studenti greci riuniti nella nazione oltremarina. Nazione oltremarina documentata in maniera molto solida dal nostro archivio storico dell'Università di Padova, che raccoglie veramente tantissimi documenti che in parte saranno esposti anche in una delle due mostre che apriremo in questi giorni a Padova. Studenti che a partire dal 400 giunsero sempre più numerosi in città a Padova, ritornando poi in patria per esercitare le professioni per cui si erano preparati. Studenti dei domini veneziani, Cipro, Creta, le isole Ionie, la Grecia, ma anche dell'impero ottomano, studenti che vissero nelle aule di Padova fianco a fianco con studenti di tutta l'Europa, in quell'ambiente cosmopolita e aperto a qualsiasi forma di pensiero che ogni università dovrebbe essere. Nel Rinascimento, Padova, sempre in stretta connessione con Venezia, fu uno dei centri propulsori della straordinaria fioritura di studi determinata dal nuovo interesse per i testi greci dell'antichità. Professori, copisti, traduttori, venuti dai territori bizantini prima e dopo la conquista ottomana, contribuirono alla rinascita dello studio del greco in Occidente, gravido di conseguenze per la cultura europea. Un dotto bizantino, Demetrio Calcondila, fu il primo professore di letteratura greca a Padova nel 1463. In tempi più recenti, gli studi bizantini hanno acquisito la fisionomia accademica che oggi li caratterizza, coniugando didattica e ricerca nel campo della storia, della filologia, della letteratura, della storia dell'arte e dell'archeologia. Ancora oggi, secondo una tradizione italiana viva e fiorente che fa del mondo classico il centro della preparazione umanistica fin dagli studi liceali per moltissimi giovani, gli studi bizantini si legano allo studio della grecità antica, della sua lingua e della sua cultura. Ma la bizantinistica è anche disciplina storica che dialoga con la storia romana, medievale e moderna, dell'Europa orientale e occidentale, con la storia del Mediterraneo e con la storia di Venezia. E così la storia dell'arte bizantina si confronta nei nostri dipartimenti con l'archeologia classica, con la storia dell'arte medievale e con la storia dell'arte islamica. È veramente un campo che favorisce tantissime connessioni. Pur nella differenza tra le discipline, gli studi umanistici rendono i nostri giovani consapevoli delle linee di interpretazione di un mondo sempre più ampio e complesso, in cui il passato è necessario punto di riferimento, ma corre anche il rischio di interpretazioni strumentali. Rilevare la distorsione dei fatti e della storia è uno dei nostri compiti di studiosi e di docenti. E lo studio dell'impero bizantino, per il suo estendersi lungo le faglie di attrito più instabili del nostro presente, per il suo equilibrio difficile fra potere politico e potere religioso, per le dinamiche sottili della sua politica e delle sue forme culturali, rappresenta per questo aspetto una palestra veramente eccezionale. Vedere oggi Insieme a voi, in questa platea, tanti giovani, accanto a colleghi autorevoli, provenienti da tutto il mondo, è per noi ragione di fiducia nella vitalità degli studi umanistici e nell'impulso che essi ancora e sempre sanno offrire per la costruzione di un mondo che sappia riconoscere la sapienza, la civiltà e la comunanza delle antiche universitates e, grazie a questi valori, immaginare un futuro di pace e concordia. Ecco, è con questo augurio che spero veramente che queste giornate possano essere foriere di importanti scambi culturali tra tutti voi e vi auguro quindi una piacevole permanenza a Venezia e poi a Padova. Buon lavoro.
We invite onto the stage Francesco Calzavara, Regional Minister for Regional Program Implementation, Relations with the Regional Council, Budget and Assets, General Issues, Local Authorities, Veneto Region.
Buongiorno ad everyone, welcome in Veneto. E qui finisce il mio inglese comprensibile. Ringrazio la rettrice Lipiello per l'invito e ho il piacere di portarvi il saluto del Presidente Zaia, il Presidente della Regione del Veneto e di tutta la Giunta. Sono momenti importanti per una regione come la nostra poter ospitare eventi di una caratura mondiale come questo 24esimo convegno, che permetterà di conoscere due città straordinarie come Venezia e Padova, ma io spero che nel serrato programma che c'è all'interno di questo convegno ci sia la possibilità di conoscere anche qualche altra parte del Veneto e portarvi a casa un buon ricordo di questa straordinaria regione. Anche per me credo ci sia qualche slide che mi permetterà di portarvi un saluto un po' più completo. Il legame di Venezia con Costantinopoli si può definire non solo stretto, ma inestricabile e sostanziale, parte dell'identità stessa della città e della regione che oggi ospita i partecipanti a questo convegno a cui desidero porgere il benvenuto. Fin dall'inizio la nascente Repubblica Veneziana fonda il suo potere su modelli culturali bizantini, abbondantemente offerti dalla sontuosa corte delle sue chiese e monumenti. Alle basiliche di Costantinopoli guarda la costruzione simbolo del potere di Venezia, la Basilica di San Marco, come pure i suoi mosaici, molti dei quali ispirati direttamente da manoscritti illustrati bizantini. Anche molti dei materiali conservati all'interno della Basilica vengono da Costantinopoli, in buona parte come bottino della Quarta Crociata e del sacco di Costantinopoli che ne derivò nel 1204, tra i quali i 4 cavalli già esposti sulla loggia della Basilica quale simbolo del potere dei dogi. Questo millenario legame è suggellato dalla celebre donazione di Bessarione della sua biblioteca, la più importante raccolta di libri in lingua greca del suo tempo allo Stato veneziano. Se Venezia era stata l'antagonista di Costantinopoli, ora ne diventava la garante della sopravvivenza della cultura greca, centro dell'ellenismo in Europa che controbilanciava la caduta della città in mano turca nel 1453. La donazione di Bessarione non beneficiò a un'istituzione veneziana, ma allo Stato stesso. I libri non furono solo destinati all'utilizzo pubblico, ma diventarono di proprietà pubblica, grande e precoce esempio di visione democratica della cultura. La lungimiranza di Bessarione ha propiziato molti eventi successivi fino ad oggi, che hanno sempre confermato il legame privilegiato tra le due grandi potenze, protagoniste del grande gioco di potere che si esercitò per secoli nel Mediterraneo. Consapevole di questa importante eredità, anche la Regione del Veneto ha voluto dare il suo contributo per preservarla. Ricorderò 2 delle iniziative realizzate negli ultimi anni: la catalogazione online dei manoscritti greci della Biblioteca Nazionale Marciana, nella base dati regionali della nuova biblioteca manoscritta in collaborazione con l'Università Ca' Foscari di Venezia, e la realizzazione del sito web Meraviglie di Venezia, finanziato grazie a finanziamenti europei, insignito nel Grand Prix del Premio Europa per la Cultura e Europa Nostra Award 2015 e del Premio Nazionale per l'Innovazione, realizzato in 10 lingue e ricco di contenuti multimediali su luoghi e beni culturali tra i quali vi sono molti oggetti di provenienza bizantina. Nell'augurare buon lavoro a tutti i partecipanti, voglio infine manifestare il mio apprezzamento per l'organizzazione di un convegno che costituisce un esempio di amplissima collaborazione tra importanti istituzioni di tutto il mondo e che, accanto ai lavori specialistici destinati agli studiosi, ha previsto una serie di eventi collaterali indirizzati a tutti i pubblici che possono parteciparvi e sentirsi parte della variegata comunità civile. Certamente Bessarione ne sarebbe orgoglioso. Un grazie a tutti voi e buon lavoro, e spero, come dicevo all'inizio, di questa settimana veneta possa portarvi a casa un grande ricordo della nostra regione. Buon lavoro ancora.
We now invite onto the stage Paola Mar, University Liaison and Executive Counselor for City Property.
Buongiorno a tutti e a tutte, magnifica rettrice, sovrintendente Ortombina, professor Rigo, autorità civile, ho visto autorità religiose e persone che hanno voluto donarci come congressisti la loro presenza in città. Io sono abituata a parlare a braccio, quindi avere la costrizione di questo qui dietro mi crea dei problemi. Comunque seguirò il discorso e poi magari faremo due digressioni. Porto i miei saluti e a cui si aggiungono calorosi saluti del sindaco Brugnaro. Io sono molto grata che voi siate qui e all'Università Ca' Foscari e all'Università di Padova. Sono grata perché hanno voluto riportare in Italia il 24esimo convegno internazionale di studi bizantini che si era svolto precedentemente solo 2 volte in Italia. Venezia e Bisanzio sono state unite da un legame indissolubile, un legame di odio e di amore, come tutte le relazioni importanti. Di questo legame noi troviamo traccia nell'architettura, nella lingua e nella storia della nostra città. Questa relazione poi fece diventare Venezia la porta d'Oriente attraverso scambi commerciali, rapporti culturali e diplomatici, influenze artistiche e linguistiche. Io sono assolutamente certa che questa settimana di convegni con eminenti studiosi provenienti da tutto il mondo, in condizioni diciamo non così facili, perché vogliamo ricordarlo che non abbiamo ancora passato una pandemia e siamo in condizioni di guerra fuori dalla porta dell'Europa, se non in Europa. Sono sicura comunque che la cultura è sempre la possibilità di incontrarsi, di stabilire delle relazioni e sono anche sicura che la vostra presenza in città saprà dare un ulteriore impulso al ruolo che Venezia ha sempre storicamente avuto nello sviluppare relazioni internazionali e nell'essere tramite fra diverse culture. Infatti, la nostra storia è stata tutto un incontro, un coacervo di popolazioni, esempio per secoli di un multiculturalismo ante litteram. Ecco, credo che in nome di questo multiculturalismo sia importante guardare il nostro passato, il nostro presente e quello che deve essere e speriamo sia il nostro futuro. La vostra presenza qui è testimonianza di questa responsabilità, perché chi fa lo studioso o chi guarda gli studiosi, spesso io premetto, sono laureata in storia, ma non in storia bizantina. Il mio percorso è relato alla storia di Venezia, quindi alla storia della città che ho l'onore di amministrare. Però, guardando la storia, credo che noi possiamo essere, non sono, prima sentivo il vice rettore di Padova, non sono materie fine a se stessi, ma sono materie che ci possono dare la possibilità di incidere anche sulla vita sociale, politica delle nostre città e della nostra nazione. Quindi vi auguro un buon lavoro a tutti e facciamo sì che Bisanzio come Venezia siano ponti attraverso i vari mondi. Grazie e buon lavoro a tutti. Just a moment. Ecco, per vedere quali tracce ci sono di Bisanzio nella nostra città, sarà facile guardarle, vederle attraverso quello che è il nostro video istituzionale, il video istituzionale della città di Venezia. Ritrovatevi nei vari squarci che da questo video potrete guardare. Grazie.
Onto the stage John Haldon, President of the International Association of Byzantine Studies.
Honored guests, Artistic Director of La Fenice, Rector, Pro-Rector, Minister, representative of the community of Venice, and of course President of the Scientific and Organizing Committee, and dear colleagues and friends. It's a great honor to be here. I have to say, I've spoken to audiences of 1,000 Byzantinists in the past, but never 1,000 masked Byzantinists. This is quite a daunting prospect. But I am delighted to be able, at last, to stand here and address you today, a year later than planned, of course, at the beginning of what I believe will be an exciting and productive 24th International Congress of Byzantine Studies. Our title, Byzantium, Bridge Between Worlds, challenges us to think about the fluidity of cultures, the interconnections and mutual influences neighbouring societies and cultures have upon one another, the impacts and influences that are often invisible and barely perceived, whether by contemporaries and sometimes by later generations. But our title also challenges us to think about how study of the past can contribute meaningfully to understanding and perhaps helping to overcome some of the problems of the present. Byzantium was, even in its last centuries, undoubtedly a society with an international perspective. Whether this appears in its geographical extent and its economic and political impact on its neighbours, or in its universalist political ideological claims, whether it manifests itself through the transmission of ideas, artifacts, literature, techniques and institutions, there's little doubt that it acted as a vital conduit between often very different cultures and societies, and that its influence was felt, one way or another, from the Atlantic to the steppe, and from the fjords of Scandinavia to the Sahara. I don't need to belabor the point, indeed it's already been made this morning. Most of you are, I'm sure, fully persuaded of the important bridging role played by Byzantium in the course of its long history. Whether we, or rather the people who advise and lead our governments, can learn anything from the study of the past, and more particularly from a case such as that of East Roman, medieval East Roman culture, remains a point for discussion, especially in respect of actual policy. But the possibility that a better understanding of the past in respect of how things have evolved over centuries and how we arrived at the present situation does remain within our grasp. In his opening remarks at the 23rd Congress in Belgrade in 2016, my predecessor Johannes Korda noted the potential of this the potential value of this in understanding how national histories and politics are configured in the ways in which we see them today. But he also stressed that Byzantinists need, in addition, to focus on the history or histories of much wider areas and of much wider cultural networks. And this requires a great deal more interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary research. And the topic of this Congress invites us to do exactly that. The study of the Byzantine world carries very different valences and weight according to the location of those who do the research. In the modern Orthodox world, and in the Balkans in particular, it carries much greater cultural significance for the majority population than in, for example, northwestern Europe or North America or even the Near and Middle East, and this for obvious reasons. And this means also that the ways in which it is studied, the degree of institutional or even governmental support it receives, and its role in educational systems more broadly varies very considerably. It also means that its significance from the perspective of national politics and educational strategies also varies. Byzantium is central to popular concepts of Hellenic identity in Greece, for example, but does not exist at that level at all, for example, in either Norway or Britain. Much has been written in the last decade or so about the relevance or not of studying Byzantium. And the answer, of course, as I've just noted, lies in the different cultural locations in which the question is asked. But it does also have a wider purchase, and at two levels. First, in respect of academic and scholarly interest in a complex, dynamic and influential past society, and the educational and scientific value that this study imparts. And second, in the fact that Byzantine culture and civilization have, as we've heard, had a lasting, if highly varied and nuanced impact on the cultures of both European states and societies and of those around them. Understanding that context and that background is the key to understanding much of the region that shared aspects of this historical inheritance in today's world. All this is perhaps rather banal and obvious, but it's important to bear it in mind when we're thinking about support for our subject and how best to mobilize the idea of Byzantium in different countries and in the context of different and sometimes competing national identities. The tragedy of the ongoing conflict in Ukraine and the distortions of the past that underlie some aspects of the background to these events are a good illustration, although I'm sure you can think of others. One of the great advantages of an international congress or association such as ours is that it should facilitate and promote a non-partisan or non-nationalistic approach to studying the past, and in particular to the conservation of and respect for cultural heritage. One of the most unfortunate developments in recent years on the part of governments in several parts of the world has been a glaring disrespect for cultural artifacts and symbols that do not fit with certain visions of political cultural identity, or alternatively, that do not fit well into a given business model for economic development. Again, I don't need to mention specific examples because we're all very well aware of them. And both the association, as well as individual members and national committees, have played an important role in drawing wider international attention, as well as local public attention, to many of these issues. While the International Association of Byzantine Studies is not a pressure group, its mission as set out in our statutes is, and I quote, to promote Byzantine studies in the widest sense, to assume responsibility for organizing regular international congresses, and for facilitating research in this field. So we clearly need to speak out about matters which impact on our mission, and that must surely include the protection of cultural heritage, as well as the promotion of our subject in general. As you are all aware, the original venue for this Congress, which should have been held last year in 2021, was Istanbul, voted by the General Assembly of the Association at the last Congress in Belgrade in 2016. Sadly, many factors intervened to prevent this, not the least of which was, of course, the appearance on the scene and subsequent massive disruption caused by COVID-19, although other political factors also played a role. But thanks to the hard work of the Turkish Organizing Committee, we already had a well-planned scholarly program, which has formed the basis for our Congress this week. Thanks to the diligence and hard work of the Italian Organizing Committee, who inherited this academic framework, and who at relatively short notice in terms of managing a large international event, had to set about raising the financial resources, as well as developing and implementing an entirely new logistical and organizational plan, we have as a result been able to meet now in Venice and Padua within the framework of an exciting and stimulating program of research and presentations. And given our theme of Byzantium as a bridge between worlds, this city of bridges is perhaps a very appropriate place to inherit that title. Our subject embraces many specialisms and subdisciplines. And maintaining a balance across all these different subject areas, each with their own current concerns and points of particular interest, is a challenge to any organizing group. Obviously, the theme of each Congress determines to a large extent the contents of the plenary sessions. Nevertheless, the round tables and communication sessions need also to acknowledge and take into consideration the vast range of other research concerns and questions that make up our field. This Congress is no exception, and I think both groups of program managers, Turkish and Italian, have managed to create an outstanding environment for scholarly exchange, for the scientific advancement of our field in all its many and varied aspects, and least but by no means least, for the development of new social as well as intellectual and academic contacts and networks. There are many ways in which we as individuals carry out our research and our writing. While individual work in library or archive remains the basis for most of our work, Team projects of all sorts are increasingly the norm, in part because of financial constraints and the demands of funding bodies that projects need to address problems in a clearly interdisciplinary way in order to receive support. This model does not necessarily suit everyone, of course, and while I believe interdisciplinary teamwork is essential, we need also to defend traditional working habits and structures because they are often the foundation upon which team projects can be built. On the other side, interdisciplinary work is undoubtedly a great help in expanding our analytical and interpretational horizons. And this is particularly the case where we need to deploy a wide range of languages and research methodologies, a wider range than those through which we ourselves, of whatever generation, were educated and inducted into our field. And when we also need to be able to take into account the world of Byzantium's neighbours and the very varied mutual impacts and influences all had one on another. The range of topics addressed by the roundtables and communication sessions illustrates the progressive changes in our research cultures over the years. Indeed, dialogue between disciplines and multi as well as interdisciplinary projects and themes are especially notable throughout this week, both in some of the plenary sessions as well as in many roundtables and thematic communication sessions. And there's also a good balance across four major areas of interest: social, economic and political history, material culture, art history and archaeology, or landscape studies, textual and philological research, and cultural history and the history of belief in the wider sense. And subsumed within each of these are, of course, a wide range of technical specialisms, quite apart, of course, from all the exhibitions and choral events to which we're looking forward to with the greatest enthusiasm. So on behalf of the International Association for Byzantine Studies, it remains for me to congratulate both the Turkish and more particularly and most recently the Italian program committees and the Italian Organizing Committee and the President of the Congress, Professor Antonio Rigo, and his hard-working team for their achievement in imposing order and cohesion on this cornucopia of papers and presentations. I should also like to offer our sincerest thanks to all those who have sponsored our Congress and made the event possible, as well, of course, to our hosts, the Ca' Foscari University and the University of Venice. Finally, I wish you all a very productive and enjoyable and socially interesting meeting of lively papers, lively discussions, and productive encounters, and a very enjoyable week.
We invite onto the stage Antonio Rigo, President, Associazione Italiana di Studi Bizantini.
Allora, innanzitutto voglio salutare, lo saluto pieno di gratitudine, il maestro Fortunato Ortombina per la sua ospitalità e per questa inaugurazione del congresso. Ovviamente un saluto particolare alla rettrice dell'Università Ca' Foscari di Venezia, Tiziana Di Piello, alla delegata della rettrice dell'Università di Padova, all'assessore della Regione Francesco Calzavara e all'assessore del Comune Paola Mar, con la quale appunto abbiamo avuto molti incontri negli ultimi tempi. E saluto le diverse autorità presenti, un saluto particolare per l'onore e anche la sorpresa che ci ha fatto per il signor viceconsole della Repubblica di Turchia in Italia, che è qui con noi. Bene. Il 24° Congresso internazionale di studi bizantini, Bisanzio, ponte tra i mondi, che si inaugura oggi, prende il via in una città, Venezia, i cui legami a diversi livelli con il mondo bizantino sono conosciuti. In una delle diverse città che dall'età medievale nei Balcani a quella moderna si sono configurate per ragioni diverse come una seconda Bisanzio. Il congresso che oggi inizia è il 3° congresso internazionale di studi bizantini che si tiene in Italia, ben 70 anni dopo l'ultima edizione nella nostra penisola. Anche in questa occasione, forse per strane coincidenze offerte dal destino, ci troviamo in una situazione non ordinaria dal punto di vista organizzativo e anche più in generale dal punto di vista storico-politico. Così, nel 1936, il congresso a Roma ebbe luogo in condizioni politico-economiche tragiche a seguito della sventurata avventura fascista della guerra di Etiopia e della firma dell'asse Roma-Berlino, per citare solo 2 eventi di un anno tanto buio. E nel 1951 il congresso di Palermo, organizzato da Silvio Giuseppe Mercati e da Bruno Lavagnini, una scelta ispirata da Otto Demus, prese il posto di quello previsto a Vienna, che non si tenne a causa delle vicende politiche e diplomatiche conseguenti al secondo conflitto mondiale. Anche il contesto in cui il congresso oggi si apre è difficile e per molti bizantinisti addirittura tragico dal punto di vista politico, ma anche dal punto di vista economico e climatico viviamo un periodo che ci invita alla riflessione, alla moderazione e alla continenza. Le borse in stoffa, gli atti in versione digitale, i quaderni in carta riciclata sono scelte ragionate che siamo certi stiate notando e apprezzando. Il congresso internazionale tra Venezia e Padova riecheggia in qualche modo, sia pure in una formula ridotta, un'antica idea già espressa nell'ottobre del 1930 in occasione del 3° congresso, quello di Atene, nel quale si proposero le più importanti città bizantine d'Italia come sede del 5° congresso. Questa candidatura fu poi confermata dal padre della bizantinistica italiana, Silvio Giuseppe Mercati, a Sofia nel 1934, quando formulò una proposta originale rispetto a quella delle edizioni precedenti, un congresso viaggiante che, inaugurato a Venezia, sarebbe continuato a Ravenna, Firenze, Roma e Napoli per concludersi a Palermo e a Monreale. La congiuntura politica dell'anno fatale 1936 condusse all'ultimo momento a un ridimensionamento radicale del progetto che fu volutamente limitato alla sola Roma e celebrato nella appena inaugurata città universitaria che oggi ospita l'Università La Sapienza. Il nostro congresso internazionale, che si inaugura oggi tra Venezia e Padova, non è sicuramente il congresso viaggiante sognato dai mercati, anche perché i tempi sono radicalmente cambiati e i nostri incontri internazionali non sono certo più l'unica o la privilegiata occasione di escursioni nel paese ospitante. Questa sorta di turismo erudito, per utilizzare le parole di Séverin Salaville, uno dei partecipanti ai primi congressi internazionali, aveva allora uno spazio considerevole nel programma e nei tempi, come apprendiamo a esempio già dei resoconti del congresso di Belgrado del 1928. Il viaggio di questo congresso tra Venezia e Padova, senz'altro più breve, unisce due città che ebbero un ruolo decisivo, sia pure in forme e tempi diversi, nella diffusione e nella conservazione dell'eredità ideologica, culturale, letteraria e artistica di Bisanzio. Questo viaggio unisce allo stesso tempo due città e due università che sono state e sono importanti centri di ricerca e di insegnamento per gli studi bizantini nelle loro molteplici articolazioni: storia, letteratura e filologia, storia dell'arte, storia e letteratura religiosa. Un breve viaggio tra Venezia e Padova, quello che effettueremo durante questa settimana, compiuto in un senso e nell'altro da tanti docenti e studenti delle nostre discipline, dall'epoca dell'umanesimo sino ai nostri giorni. Alla conclusione di queste mie parole di benvenuto e introduttive, è doveroso da parte mia, per tutto il lavoro che è stato fatto e per il supporto ricevuto, ringraziare ancora una volta i due atenei, l'Università Ca' Foscari di Venezia e l'Università di Studi di Padova, e ringraziare personalmente la rettrice, i prorettrici presenti dei due atenei, i dipartimenti delle due università e per quanto riguarda il lavoro che è stato fatto, un ringraziamento particolare da parte di noi tutti va rivolto a Fondazione Ca' Foscari, in particolar modo all'ufficio eventi, a Consuelo Puricelli e a Martina Collauto e anche a tutti gli altri, logicamente, e sempre per quanto riguarda la Fondazione, alle edizioni Ca' Foscari, a Massimiliano Vianello, l'Ufficio Comunicazione di Ateneo, in particolare a Paola Vescovi, tra tutte le varie istituzioni, le molte istituzioni, i cui nomi non posso ricordarli, ma compaiono nel sito e in tutti i materiali a stampa. Voglio menzionare in particolar modo delle istituzioni cittadine, la Biblioteca Nazionale Marciana, l'Istituto Ellenico di Studi Bizantini e Post-Bizantini, la Procuratoria, i musei di Venezia, i musei di Padova e i musei del Veneto. Infine, non tanto infine, un ringraziamento particolare va all'Associazione Italiana di Studi Bizantini tutta, in modo particolare al Consiglio direttivo dell'Associazione, i membri del Comitato Organizzativo Alessandra Buccossi, Valentina Cantoni, Nicolò Zorzi e per il lavoro enorme fatto in vista della realizzazione del programma a Alessandra Guiglia, Silvia Pedone, Luigi D'Amelia, oltre ai curatori delle mostre, Beatrice Dascas, Marco Fanelli e Sergei Mariev, e i curatori dei volumi degli atti, Michele Trizio, Emiliano Fiori, Luca Farina, Lefteris Despotakis. I due curatori della Fiera del Libro, Paolo Cesaretti Olivier de Louis, e qualcuno che ha fatto un lavoro molto nascosto, c'è la tesoriera dell'ASB, che ha tenuto proprio tutti i conti, Anna Banieri a Cibio. Un ringraziamento particolare, oltre che all'Associazione Italiana di Studi Bizantini, va all'Associazione Internazionale, e in particolar modo al Bureau, e in primis al Presidente John Eldon per il suo supporto in tutti questi anni, ai diversi comitati nazionali che ci hanno supportato dall'inizio. Un particolare e caloroso ringraziamento e riconoscenza va al Comitato Turco degli Studi Bizantini. Il mio pensiero va innanzitutto al Presidente, che non può essere qui, la collega Dilibashi, ma è qui con noi Nevra e Necipoğlu, alla quale posso trasmettere, come sa, gliel'ho detto a voce, la nostra gratitudine in questo testimone che abbiamo raccolto. Dovrei ringraziare tutto lo staff praticamente che ha lavorato qui e che sta lavorando qui, gli studenti dell'Università Ca' Foscari di Venezia, l'Università di Padova, i dottorandi che testimoniano la continuità e la vitalità degli studi bizantini nei nostri atenei e non solo. Auguro a tutti un buon lavoro e con questo credo che, finita questa parte, diciamo, istituzionale, inizieremo i nostri lavori veri e propri del congresso internazionale. Grazie.
We invite onto the stage Paul Magdalino, Emeritus Professor, University of St. Andrews.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, colleagues and students. So here we are, assembled in Venice from many parts of the world, but mainly from Europe, ready to sail to Byzantium. The last time that such a large international group of enthusiasts got together in Venice with Byzantium on their mind was 820 years ago, when armed pilgrims from all over Europe gathered here to embark on the Fourth Crusade. The enterprise is immortalized in characteristically Venetian style in the early 17th century murals that decorate the Sala del Maggior Consiglio in the Palazzo Ducale. Paintings by Jean Leclerc on the left, Andrea Vicentino and Tintoretto. The painting by Vicentino is an eloquent representation of the Venetian view of in the 17th century of the relationship of Venice to Byzantium. There it's the Doge Enrico Dandolo receiving Alexios Angelos. Our Congress has one notable feature in common with the Fourth Crusade. Many of the registered participants have not turned up in Venice. But after that, the analogy breaks down. The participants in the Fourth Crusade did not sign up with Byzantium as their destination. Most of the Crusaders thought they were going to Palestine, where Crusades were supposed to go. The leaders, including Doge Enrico Dandolo, had it in mind to direct the expedition against the Ayyubid Sultanate of Egypt. A diversion to Constantinople emerged as Plan B only when Alexios Angelos approached the leadership with enticing but unrealistic promises of financial aid in return for restoring him and his father, Isaac II, to power. This Congress, by contrast, has never been in doubt as to its chosen destination. We have always known that we are sailing to Byzantium. The only problem is that we were supposed to have been there already, on the shores of the Bosphorus, exactly a year ago. However, we must not let this minor complication take the wind out of our sails. I'm not here to talk about sailing to Byzantium, to reflect on how and why we continue to sail, to echo the title of Silvia Roncai's lecture at the 22nd Congress 11 years ago. I'm here to introduce the theme of the Congress, which has already been evoked in the previous addresses, Byzantium as a bridge between worlds. So in the next hour or so, I'm going to offer some reflections on the relevance and the limitations of the bridge metaphor as applied to Byzantium and Byzantine studies. It's worth noting that this theme was devised while it was still intended that the Congress should be held in Istanbul. In Istanbul, the theme of Byzantium as a bridge between East and West is self-evident. It would have stared us in the face as we assembled in the intended venue, the old building of the Istanbul Technical University at Machka, looking across the Bosphorus to Asia. Moving the venue to Venice has somewhat altered our perspective. But if we frame our perspective not in the Byzantine world of the Middle Ages, but in the Roman world of late antiquity, we can see that Venice and the Veneto are centrally positioned as a point of transit and transition between East and West, in a way comparable to Constantinople and its hinterland. The area defined by the late antique cities of Aquileia and Ravenna sat on the border between the eastern and western divisions of the empire. It was central to the land corridor between Italy and the Balkans, between Milan and Sirmium, and it was the point at which this corridor intersected with one of the shortest routes between the Roman Mare Nostrum and the northern limes of the Roman Empire. Venice is as close to the Danube as Istanbul, at least as the crow flies. Moreover, when we look at the map of diversity and division in the later Roman Empire, we can see that there is not a single point of transition or a single line of division between East and West. There is rather a transitional zone, which corresponds roughly to the Balkan Peninsula, Greek-speaking in the south and east, and Latinized in the north and west. This area had the distinction of producing many of the emperors who ruled the Roman Empire in the first 2 centuries of Byzantium. Both Constantine and Justinian were born in what is now southern Serbia. At the same time, it was the part of the empire most heavily impacted by the migrations of the 5th and 6th centuries. The Slav migrations, in particular, drove a wedge between the imperial East and the post-imperial West. They reinforced the intermediate status of the Balkans by settling the greater part of the peninsula under the occupation of Slavic-speaking populations who looked both east and west in adopting Christianity and in forming their political identities. The situation is well summed up in the title of a lecture that Dmitry Obolensky gave in 1984, The Balkans in the 9th Century, Barrier or Bridge. The question remains valid for the Balkans until today, and it remains basically unanswerable in terms of either or. For, in the abstract, barriers and bridges are not mutually exclusive alternatives, since the construction of a bridge requires the existence of a barrier, a separation that has to be crossed. In the specific case of the Balkans, the lands and peoples of the southern Slavs have always been open to the cultures to the east and west of them, just as they have resisted total absorption by those cultures and facilitated the clash of the eastern and western imperial powers who have tried to dominate the Balkans with varying degrees of success. In other words, neither Constantinople nor Venice constitutes the point of transition between East and West. The transition occurs in the space between the two. Istanbul and Venice are the bridge ends of the bridge, whose central pillars are now formed by the cities of Sofia and Belgrade, which just happened to be the cities that hosted the last two international Byzantine Congresses in 2011 and 2016. It is appropriate that the Congress has moved westward from Belgrade to Venice, but the bridge will not be completed until the other bridgehead, Istanbul, has had its turn. Members of the committee, please work on it. In the meantime, it falls to Venice, quite appropriately, if unintentionally, to initiate the discussion of Byzantium as bridge. To judge from the provisional program of the Congress, the bridge theme has generated an enthusiastic and creative response. I counted 14 sessions which explicitly mentioned bridges and bridging in their titles, in addition to a poster presentation that is actually devoted to the subject of Byzantine bridges. There can be no doubt that the bridge metaphor is appropriate to the historical role of Byzantium and, above all, of Constantinople. A bridge is a passage that connects, and it connects by funneling and channeling the traffic that crosses an otherwise impossible divide between two land areas. The Bosphorus divides two peninsulas that concentrate the land traffic from their continental hinterlands, Balkan and Anatolian. It is also itself a passage that funnels and channels all the sea traffic between the Black Sea and the Mediterranean. You have to go through it to travel by boat from the mouth of the Danube to the mouth of the Nile. Add to this the natural deep water harbour of the Golden Horn, the reasonably temperate climate, and the fertility of the surrounding lands, and you have a site that was well placed to be the communications hub of the entire Ecumene, the inhabited world, as Byzantine encomiasts of Constantinople did not fail to point out. After Constantine realized the potential of the site and converted the modest city of Byzantium into a megalopolis on a par with Rome, the city acquired a critical mass that made it attractive in its own right as a place to migrate to and not only to pass through or visit on business. Thus, it became one of the world's great meeting points and melting pots, and it has remained so, although it has lost much of its cultural diversity in the past 100 years, along with its role as a political capital. Constantinople initially functioned as a meeting point of Greek and Latin cultures. Almost 1,000 years after the foundation of the city, Theodore Metochites, in his Byzantios, which is the longest piece of Greek literature devoted to Constantinople, at least before modern times, Metochites wrote that it was created as a confluence of two great peoples, Hellenes and Romans. Now, this was part of Metochites' simplified presentation of Constantine's foundation of Constantinople as a big bang that recreated the Roman Empire along with Constantine's adoption of Christianity. Of course, the dynamic relationship, part fusion and part dialogue, between Hellenism and Latinism did not start with Constantine, and the implantation of a Roman presence in the Greek East, which Constantinople exemplified, was nothing new. The numerous Roman military coloniae that studied the eastern provinces show otherwise. But there is a case for arguing that the Tetrarchy of Diocletian, of which Constantine was the last representative, opened a new phase in the relationship when some of these military emperors, all native Latin speakers from Illyricum, chose to base their operations and showcase their power in Greek cities. Diocletian and Galerius set precedents by planting their massive palace and hippodrome complexes in the Hellenistic cities of Nicomedia and Thessaloniki. Constantine completed the process by massively upgrading the more modest polis of Byzantium into a megalopolis that was potentially on a par with Rome, and the potential was fully realized by successors in the next 200 years. In this sense, the theoretical Aristotelian duality of form and matter that Metochites applies to the foundation of Constantinople seems not so far from the reality, a consolidation, a sympixis, resulting from the union of two peoples, quote, with the fortune of Rome contributing the formative cause, just like the male seed in every birth, and the Greek land, on receiving it, naturally providing the copious flow of the finest materials. Constantine did indeed stamp the hard form, the ethos of Roman imperial power, onto the fluid and receptive matter, the ήλη, of a Greek social and cultural environment. And this duality was maintained under his successors. Nearly all the emperors, from Constantine to Justinian, were, like the tetrarchs before them, military men from predominantly Latin-speaking areas. Constantinople was fitted out with monuments that recalled Rome, not only a Circus Maximus and a Palatium, but also a Forum, a Capitolium, more than one Senate House, a Campus Martius, and triumphal columns, of which two were historiated, like the columns of Trajan and Marcus Aurelius in Rome. The city acquired a school where Latin was taught, and a law school whose professors helped two emperors, Theodosius II and Justinian I, to codify the law, which remained strictly Roman law. And yet, as Metochites noted, the stone that built the city and the craftsmen who worked the raw material came from the Greek world. The sculptures with which Constantine decorated the squares and porticos of his city were taken mostly from Greek cities. The porticoed streets and the circular shape of Constantine's Forum were features of Eastern rather than Western urbanism. The civilian elite of the city included some Roman senators who had been induced to move to Constantinople from Rome. But it was mostly recruited from the curial class of the eastern cities, particularly those of Asia Minor. And the ordinary people who made up the bulk of the population must have originated in the eastern provinces. The foundation of Constantinople and its progressive assumption of the role of a new Rome gave new meaning to the question of what it meant to be Roman in a state whose center of gravity was shifting eastwards from Italy, leading to the permanent division of the empire at the death of Theodosius I in 395, and to the formation, under his son Arcadius, and more particularly his grandson Theodosius II, of what Fergus Miller memorably called a Greek-Roman empire. The search for a stable and authentic Roman identity in these changing circumstances gave new significance to the centuries-old symbiosis between Greek and Latin cultures, a symbiosis that educated Romans habitually internalized by their knowledge of both languages and literatures. The symbiosis was never in doubt before the 7th century. What changed in the preceding centuries was, first, the prodigious growth of Christian literature in both languages, and secondly, the emergence of Constantinople in the 6th century as the main point of interface between them at the highest cultural level. It is sufficient to recall, on the one hand, the Latin authors who either wrote in Constantinople or lived there for years, and on the other hand, the inhabitants of Constantinople who wrote in Greek about Rome, Roman history, and Roman institutions. The 6th century marked the high point of Constantinople's role as an interface between Greek and Latin cultures. In later centuries, the stream of Western visitors to the Eastern imperial capital never dried up and flowed more and more freely from the 9th century onwards. But it has left disappointingly few traces of its cultural activity and local interaction. The evidence is limited mainly to Latin translations of saints' lives and a few other Greek texts, and to records of theological debate. It is very probable that a lot of evidence has been lost, and the picture would undoubtedly be quite different if there were more chance survivals, like the 11th century, possibly, exposé of the so-called anonymous Tarragonensis, who records his impressions of the city from his internship in Hagia Sophia. But this is, in essence, a hagiographical text written by a pilgrim. The meager written record of the educated medieval Latin visitors to Constantinople, compared with their 6th century predecessors, has also to be explained, firstly, by their more limited intellectual horizons, and secondly, by their status as foreigners. The simpler sort came as merchants and pilgrims, while the highly educated came as representatives of foreign powers, and their visits were dominated by political business and all too frequently inhibited by political surveillance. The only ones who had the opportunity and the incentive for intensive cultural contact were those who were able to stay for extended periods of time, either as imperial interpreters or as the guests of the foreign merchant communities, or as members of Latin religious communities. These last two factors came together after 1261 to make the Franciscan and Dominican houses in the Genoese colony of Pera major centers of intellectual exchange and Latin influence, which paved the way for the rapprochement of Greek and Latin humanism in the Renaissance. Byzantine Constantinople thus ended in 1453, as it had begun in 330, as a bridge between Greek East and Latin West, thanks in no small part to the mendicant houses of Pera. It must be emphasized, however, that the mendicant friars, just like the Genoese merchants of Pera, were there not as insiders to the capital of the Greek Roman Empire, but as outsiders who had been drawn there on business. In this, they were not so different from the many other groups of foreigners who had poured into the melting pot of Constantinople, in which segregated ethnic groups floated like unassimilated lumps in a homogenized, strongly Greek mixture. The anonymous Tarragonensis distinguished neighborhoods inherited by Greeks, Armenians, Lombards, English, also called Varangians, Dacians, i.e. Serbs or Vlachs, Amalfitans, Franks, Jews, and Turks, although the Greeks have the greater and better part of the city. John Tzetzes prided himself on being able to greet and insult people from various ethnic groups in their own languages when he met them on the street. He names Cumans, Persians, Latins, Ossetians, Arabs, and Jews. Germanos II, the Patriarch of Constantinople, in exile at Nicaea, retorted when somebody criticized him for not being born and bred in Constantinople that native Constantinopolitans were, as likely as not, quote, the filthy spawn of courtesans and the fruits of adultery, the offspring of slave girls bought for money, originating perhaps from the Rus, or the Muslims, and the rest of the racial melting pot. Of course, it would be absurd to claim that Constantinople bridged all these ethnicities by connecting them with each other or by overarching them with Greek culture. They were not all equally important or receptive, and arguably no group was anything like as important as the Latins, at least until the Byzantine Turks, as Rustam Shukurov calls them, made their presence from the 11th century onwards. But two groups, the Syrians and the Armenians, were comparable to the Latins in their long and close relationship with Hellenism, and in each case the bond was strengthened via Constantinople. In the 5th and 6th centuries, two Syriac innovations in religious practice became characteristic features of Byzantine Christianity because they were brought to Constantinople by Syrian immigrants: the asceticism of sitting on a pillar by Daniel the Stylite, and Kontakion hymnography by Romanos the Melodist. Both Armenians resident in Constantinople and Armenians traveling to Constantinople participated in the work of translating Greek philosophical, theological, and hagiographical texts. The churchman Stephen Sivnik produced his translations of Greek patristic writings in the course of an extended visit from 712 to 718, during which he enjoyed the hospitality and support of a fellow countryman with a position at court. 2.5 centuries later, another Armenian cleric, Pandoleon, traveled to Constantinople as envoy of the king of Vaspura Khan. Much impressed by the memory of his reception in Hagia Sophia, where he attended the liturgy on the Feast of Epiphany in 965, he decided that the church's archives must contain the original Greek manuscript of a piece of hagiography that he knew from an Armenian prince. Sure enough, the original was located and translated by the professional translator Joseph, who mentions elsewhere that he had been born and raised and grown old in Constantinople, the God-guarded city, where he had learned to read and write the language of our fathers. In other words, he learned Armenian in Constantinople. At the same time that Joseph was translating Greek hagiography into Armenian, the religious culture of the other great Christian people of the Caucasus, the Georgians, was being enriched by Georgian monks with close ties to the Byzantine political and intellectual elite. These were John the Iberian, his son Euthemius the Athonite, and their relative, John Tornikius, the founder of the monastery of Iviron on Mount Athos. It is mostly in connection with Iviron that we hear about them, but they all spent time in Constantinople, particularly Euthemius, who was brought up at the imperial court and returned to the city many times in his monastic life. It was undoubtedly in Constantinople that he acquired or gained access to the rich library that is reflected in his writings. It was certainly in Constantinople that he acquired his excellent knowledge of Greek, which enabled him not only to translate many texts into Georgian, but even to produce a highly refined Greek adaptation of the Georgian text of Varlam and Ioasaph. One of the Greek texts that he translated was a contemporary work, The Life of the Virgin by John Geometris, whom Euthemius must have known in person, probably from the circle of Basil the Parakimomenos. The Syrian, Armenian, and Georgian individuals just mentioned are just a handful of the hundreds or thousands, even tens of thousands, if we count oral and material as well as written and intellectual culture, individuals who in their lives bridged the cultural divides between Byzantium and its neighbors. And apologies for not having mentioned many other ethnic groups and languages, which of course are relevant. The number could be multiplied much further if we included other individuals who did not make their cultural connections in or through the city of Constantinople. For Byzantium acted as bridge between worlds by virtue of being an empire. An empire bridges cultures not only through the magnetism and the nodal situation of its capital city, but also by the agency of its frontiers. Frontiers, being divisions, dictate the existence of crossing points in the form of transitional frontier zones, and the regions of Antioch, Kherson, and southern Italy all functioned as bridges in this way in the Middle Byzantine period. Imperial frontiers also create an internal space that has to be spanned in order to keep its peripheries in touch with the center and with each other. An empire is thus structured to facilitate internal mobility and communication. An empire succeeds not only by expanding its frontiers, but also by breaking down the barriers and eliminating the frictions between its component communities. The Roman Empire, arguably, was at its most successful when it was most inclusive, when soldiers from Egypt could be posted to Hadrian's Wall, and when a Jewish Roman citizen from Tarsus, Paul, formerly known as Saul, could have his trial transferred on appeal from Caesarea to Rome. For it was thus that Christianity made its precocious leap from the eastern periphery to the heart of the Roman Empire. Byzantium continued this pattern on a smaller geographical scale by the continual redeployment of troops and government officials, and by transfers of population between continents. It thus, to combine the bridge metaphor with an electrical image, eliminated internal resistance to the transmission of people and ideas, and acted as a rapid conductor between Latin Europe and the Near East. This was indeed the role that Latin Europe expected of Byzantium, and arguably it was Byzantium's failure to fulfill or to relinquish this role in the 11th century that led to the problem of the Crusades. We might be tempted to conclude that Byzantium functioned most effectively as a bridge when it balanced its two modes of connectivity, when it balanced the centralized nodal connectivity of Constantinople as a magnetic communications hub with the extended connectivity of the lines of transit that linked the distant peripheries of empire with each other. However, to get the bridging function of Byzantium in full perspective, it's important to take a long view and to see the Byzantine Empire as just one phase in the history of Hellenism, as an intermediary between East and West. Western scholarship has tended to class the Greek world as either Eastern or Western, or split between the two, entirely Western in the cases of classical Greece and the self-image of the modern Greek state, mainly Western under Roman rule, and mainly eastward-looking in the Hellenistic, Byzantine, and Ottoman periods, though split down the middle in the last century of Byzantium and in the untidy reality of modern Greek independence, what Patrick Leigh Fermor memorably referred to as the Hellenic-Romaic dilemma. Put simply, The modern scholarly position since the Renaissance has been that we want Hellenism for the West, and we don't recognize it as Hellenic when it inconveniently takes on Oriental-looking characteristics, including religious fanaticism and servile ruler worship. Even Anthony Caldelli's rebranding of Byzantium as Roman land is claiming medieval Hellenism for the West by a different route. I would suggest that the essence of Hellenism in all periods is independent and intermediary. It has always been in between, always intermediate between cultural extremes that are more easily stereotyped. I am reminded of a joke I heard in Istanbul 15 years ago. Question: what is the definition of a Greek? Answer: a Turk who thinks he's an Italian. To make the same point less frivolously, the modern visitor to the cities of Crete, notably Rethymno and Chania, is struck by the prominence of monumental architecture that is instantly recognizable as Venetian or Ottoman. But what is characteristically Greek about the urban matrix in which these Italian and Turkish monuments are set? Only the neoclassical touches in the secular architecture and the neo-Byzantine elements in the churches could be described as native. So, while Hellenism maintains a strong, uncompromising identity, defined by its language and literature in all their different phases and at all their different levels, it is leaking and porous on all sides, open to every kind of foreign fashion. Its Byzantine, or if you prefer, East Roman phase, just happened to be the period when it had a single center and wide political borders that more or less corresponded to the area where the Greek language remained predominant. The political disasters of the later Middle Ages, the fragmentation of the state, the collapse of the eastern border, and finally the suppression of the center in 1453, did not change the independent and intermediate identity of Hellenism. Rather, in the 15th century, Hellenism reverted to something like its condition in the 5th century BC, living in the shadow of an overwhelmingly superior Oriental despotism. It is no accident that this period saw the emergence, in the person of the Athenian Laonikos Chalkokondylis, of a new Herodotus, who narrated the reversion of medieval Hellenism to its classical roots. What had changed irrevocably over the past 1,000 years, as Chalkokondylis was aware, was that Hellenism could not make a political comeback without the external backing of the West, and this has remained true until today. Perhaps by the end of this Congress, we will have squeezed the bridge metaphor dry as a way of describing Byzantine connectivity, or perhaps not. But either way, we should be aware of its limitations. Above all, it does not adequately represent the way the Byzantines saw themselves, saw their civilization. If Homo Byzantinus could revisit Istanbul today, there are many things that would horrify him. And it's difficult to know what would upset him most. Would it be the traffic, the unregulated concrete urban sprawl, the high-rises, or would it be the identikit mosques, the minarets around Hagia Sophia, the blaring sound of the azan, or perhaps the gigantic red flags that unfurl in the north wind up and down the Bosphorus, as if to signal to alien spaceships what country they are preparing to land in? All this would be troubling, but I think that what would disturb him most profoundly would be the 3 bridges over the Bosphorus. The sea between Europe and Asia was meant to be navigated, not to be crossed on horseback or on foot. Only one exception was made in the course of Byzantine history. This was for the Emperor Heraclius, who on his return to Constantinople from campaign in 638, made news by refusing to embark on the sea, probably on account of a prophecy that he would die by drowning. He delayed in the palace of Yeria at Chalcedon to the great frustration of the Senate and people of Constantinople, until finally they got the city prefect to construct a bridge of boats, quote, and to make on either side a hedge of branches and foliage, so that the emperor, as he went by, would not even catch sight of the sea. Indeed, this work went ahead speedily, and the emperor crossed the sea on horseback as if it were dry land. Educated Byzantines, like the patriarch Nikephoros who tells the story, would surely have been reminded of Xerxes and his bridge of boats across the Hellespont. This was the hubris of power. The bridge metaphor is of limited value for Byzantium because it misrepresents the global importance of the empire and above all Constantinople in the eyes of its inhabitants. A bridge is, in the final analysis, a passage from A to B. It is neither A nor B. It is not a destination. The Byzantines, however, were convinced that the place where they lived was the ultimate destination. They could not imagine anyone wanting to go anywhere else, except perhaps on a short pilgrimage to Jerusalem. That is why they found it so hard to believe that the crusading armies who entered their territory in 1096 and returned several times were just armed pilgrims intending to pass through on their way to liberate the Holy Land from the infidel. Why would barbarians march towards Constantinople in such numbers if it was not to sack and occupy the city? By the time of the Fourth Crusade, this suspicion had become a self-fulfilling prophecy, and the events of 1204 seemed to confirm that Constantinople, not Jerusalem, had been the goal of the crusading movement all along. For, as Nikitas Choniates wrote, the land which it has fallen to us to inhabit and harvest is likened to paradise among the most accursed Latins. But it was not just the Latins who thought of Constantinople as a paradise. Plenty of Byzantines, including Choniates, thought so too. And they continued to think so, despite the downturn in the city's fortunes that began with the Latin conquest and occupation. Indeed, the most explicit statement of the comparison was made shortly before the Ottoman conquest by an anonymous author, generally assumed to be Isidore of Kiev, in his encomium of the Emperor John VIII. In an extended eulogy of the emperor's patris, having described the city's unique geographical location and its salubrious air, he writes, "It would take a philosopher wise in divine matters to say whether the city is a gift of nature or of the Mother of God to whom it belongs, and whether it was the inspiration for those writers who created the myth of the land of the blessed and the Elysian fields that grant immortality to the people who arrive there. Did they invent that fiction on the basis of this true reality? But rather, to put it more truthfully, nowhere on earth is alike and equal to the paradise planted by God, except for this place alone. And if the first human beings had kept God's commandment and remained immortal, and if the human race had continued to increase in immortality, they would not have wanted to extend that paradise to any other dwelling place than this. A clear indication of this is the fact that all the divine and heroic souls whose bodies suffered trials and agony for the sake of piety, not in one place, but throughout almost the entire world, arranged for their bodies to be assembled here, judging this place to be more holy and pure than all others. They made it their own, under the governance and leadership of the Mother of God, as champion and supreme commander. This was surely the most bold and ingenious argument ever produced to justify the gigantic collection of relics that Constantinople had amassed, mainly by forced expropriation from other Christian churches. Not only does it ignore the fact that the city had lost a lot of these relics to places like Venice by a process of even more brazen theft, it also subverts the hagiographical topos that the saint's true destination is his spiritual homeland, the heavenly paradise. This is rhetoric, not hagiography, as the reference to the Elysian fields makes clear. Isidore's eulogy of Constantinople, as Erwin Fenster called it, the swan song of the Laudes Constantinopolitanae, is highly classicizing in form and style, and it comes at the end of a late Byzantine revival of the antique rhetorical genre of city praise, which has received much attention in recent years. Isidore's work builds on the recent comparison of Old and New Rome by Manuel Chrysoloras, but both pieces look back to the longest and most ambitious piece in the rhetorical revival, which I've already cited, the Byzantios of Theodore Metochites. In this monumental composition, Metochites attempted to do for Constantinople what the famous readers of the Second Sophistic, Aelius, Aristides, and Libanius, had done for Athens, Rome, and Antioch, respectively. He wanted to put Constantinople in the company of these illustrious ancient cities, and at the same time to emphasize that Constantinople even now surpasses them all, as the only one of them that still lives up to the ancient ideal of urban perfection, the only one that still fulfills the civilizing missions of the Hellenes and Romans who created it. It offers the ultimate learning experience and the ultimate living experience. Better to live a short, high-quality life in Constantinople than to live many years in another place. Yet, the late Byzantine revival of the rhetoric of city praise did not mean a return to the Hellenism of Aristides and Libanius, or at least that was not all it involved. In idealizing Constantinople as the ultimate destination of civilized mankind, the intellectuals of the Paleologan imperial court were influenced not only by Hellenic nostalgia for the lost glories of Athens, Antioch, and Alexandria, but also, as we have seen, by Judeo-Christian yearning for a lost biblical paradise. In the biblical tradition, the notion of exile from and return to paradise became elided with the ups and downs in the histories of the Jews. With the cycle of divine privilege and punishment, which alternately gave them and withheld from them the guarantees of their status as an elect nation, the Promised Land, the Kingdom of Israel, and the holy and royal city of Jerusalem, housing the Temple and the Ark of the Covenant. From the 6th century, the Byzantines were obsessed with the idea that their city was a New Jerusalem. Often this idea found expression in highly rhetorical and propagandistic ways, which cast doubt on the writer's sincerity. Often it is understated and implicit. At other times, it is combined with or replaced by the seemingly contradictory idea of Constantinople as the new Babylon. But I would maintain that it is always present, underlying and obsessive, even when it is submerged by the rhetoric of Hellenism, as in the late Byzantine praises of the city. Jerusalem is conspicuously absent from the discourse of Metochites, Chrysoloras, and Isidore of Kiev. And yet, the Christian ideology, which is upfront in all their works, leaves no doubt that it was very much on their minds. Indeed, there is good reason to believe that the notion of Constantinople as New Jerusalem was the stimulus for the revival of the genre in which they were writing. The late Byzantine rhetorical praise of Constantinople began with the orations that were written to celebrate the recovery of the city from the Latins in 1261. Michael Palaiologos is hailed as the new Moses and the new Zerubbabel who has led God's chosen people back from exile. This is the theme from which Manuel Olovolos goes on to describe Constantinople and to praise the emperor as the new Constantine who has restored the city to the glory that the Latins had debased. And these speeches by Olovolos are the beginning of the Laudes Constantinopolitanae that characterize the later Byzantine period. This leads me to suggest that a major inspiration for the concept of Constantinople as a city of destiny, the ultimate destination for the elect people of God, was the prophetic literature of the Old Testament generated by the return of the Jews from exile. Of particular relevance was the prophecy in Isaiah chapter 60, which describes the future glory of Jerusalem. The main points of the prophecy are that God will restore Jerusalem to even greater glory and greatness. Its exiled people will return home and will inherit the land. The wealth of the world will flow into the city. The foreigners, the Allogenes, who despised and destroyed the city, will help to rebuild it, and their kings will serve the God of Israel. All Byzantines with a basic knowledge of the Bible would have been familiar with this chapter, whose opening verses were echoed in the 9th ode of the resurrection canon of the Easter liturgy, Fortizu, fortizu, in Nea Jerusalem, igar doxa Kyriou episean etile. They would surely have equated its description of the future glory of Jerusalem with their own vision and experience of Constantinople. The passages concerning God's wrath and the return of exiles were particularly relevant to the circumstances of 1204 and 1261. But the description of Jerusalem as the destination for a massive influx of people and wealth corresponds to the reality of Constantinople at all periods in its history, not least in its heyday of the 5th and 6th centuries, when the notion of Second Jerusalem was adopted. Could it be that the designation was adopted not only to reflect the holiness that Constantinople was acquiring through its accumulation of churches, relics, and ascetic saints, like Daniel the Stylite, but also to assert that the prophecy of Isaiah was only now being fulfilled, and in Constantinople, not Jerusalem. The Christian appropriation of Old Testament messianic prophecy had a long history, beginning with the authors of the New Testament. Its purpose initially was twofold. First, to demonstrate that the prophesied Messiah was Jesus of Nazareth, and secondly, to argue that the prophecy did not privilege one particular ethnic or political group, but was a promise of salvation to all peoples. However, prophecies like Isaiah 60, which distinguishes the returning children of Israel and the people who rightfully inherit the land from the alien aggressors, the allogenes, and their kings who will either serve Jerusalem or perish, these prophecies clearly lent themselves to more exclusive and triumphalist interpretation. That is, they suited any Christian society which reverted from the universalism of the Church to the particularism exemplified by the Jewish nation. Thus, messianic prophecy could be made to serve a nationalist as well as an eschatological agenda, with each agenda giving urgency to the other. It is well known that Christians, particularly in the East, reacted with a sense of eschatological urgency to the arrival of the 500th anniversary of the birth of Christ in around 500 AD, which they equated with the end of the 6th millennium from the creation of the world. The designation of Constantinople as New Jerusalem around this time was clearly not unrelated to their eschatological concern. What is less widely appreciated is the importance of this period in the formation of something like a Byzantine national state, Romania, Roman land, as Anthony Kaldelis has called it. As Marion Cruiser has recently demonstrated in her analysis of the classicizing literature of the age of Anastasius and Justinian, during these reigns, the Greek-Roman Empire of Theodosius II became a state whose intellectual and political elite began to think of Constantinople as more sovereign, even more Roman than Rome itself, which had finally ceased to be an imperial capital in 476. This parallels the growth in contemporary Christian literature of the idea that the churches of Constantinople, above all Justinian's Hagia Sophia, have taken over from the Temple of Solomon, and the Christian Roman Empire has taken over the messianic mission of the Kingdom of Israel. That Constantinople came into its own as a new Rome at the same time that it began to discover its identity as a new Jerusalem is hardly breaking news to Byzantinists. Nor, I think, will anyone disagree that both roles were profoundly eschatological, even though they acquired other dimensions as the eschaton kept being postponed. But not much attention has been paid to their interactive reality, to their interactive relationship in Byzantine thought. We tend to think of the roles, New Jerusalem, New Rome, as complementary but separate, each designating separate elements in the culture and landscape of Constantinople, and both corresponding to medieval cities at the opposite ends of the Middle Byzantine world, lying tantalizingly just beyond the military reach of the Middle Byzantine Empire. We should perhaps instead see them as existing in a state of interactive fusion, where the political universalism identified with Rome infuses the sacred particularism exemplified in Jerusalem, and vice versa. It's the vice versa that I would like to emphasize, the infusion of New Rome by New Jerusalem. This, I suggest, is how Fergus Miller's Greek-Roman Empire became Anthony Kaldelis' Roman land, by adopting the messianic ideology of the elect nation. It was ideologically a long process of transition from imperialism to nationalism, in which the latter became the dominant mode as the empire downsized to the dimensions of a progressively defensive nation-state. Imperialism and nationalism always coexisted in Byzantium, and Byzantine nationalism was always imperialistic, in the sense that it was always driven by the imperative to reconquer lost imperial territory, to make Romania great again. by military expansion. As an empire, it continued to be a bridge between worlds, but this was in spite of what its rulers saw as its true vocation as a nation, which was to be a destination. And that is how we who study Byzantium basically think of it, as a final destination. As we prepare to sail to Byzantium, most of us do not think of it as a place on the way to somewhere else. Gone are the days when Westerners saw Byzantium as a halfway house in the search for a more fabulous world, whether that world was the Holy Land, classical Greece, or the exotic and sensual Orient. Yet, would we want to sail there if, having got there, we could go no further, if the destination were a dead end, if it was only A or B, just one thing and not another, purely East or West, only Greek or Roman, or Judeo-Christian, either Greek or Latin, only Greek or Turkish, Armenian or Slav? I think not. We adore medieval Constantinople, at least most of us do, just as we adore modern Istanbul, because it contains such dichotomies within itself, because it stands at the center of a continuum that is open at both ends. In terms of the typology that the Byzantines themselves used, Constantinople never resolved the dichotomy of being both New Rome and New Jerusalem, a tale of two cities. In fact, it aggravated the dichotomy by also adopting the identity of the city with which, in Jewish and early Christian apocalyptic thought, Rome had become identified as the paradigmatic capital city of the evil empire. Pantaleon, the Armenian envoy of the king of Vaspurakan in 965, refers to Constantinople as New Rome, Second Babylon, True Jerusalem. An edifying tale written around the same time says that the city is, quote, is named Fortunate and New Rome because it has received its empire, glory, and wealth from the ancient Western Rome. But it is also called Babylon the Great, as the son of thunder, John the theologian, teaches me in Revelation. Another contemporary text, the life of Andrea Salos, spells out what this will mean in terms of eschatology. At the end, after Constantinople has become corrupted and defiled by the reign of a wicked woman from the Pontus, the city will be uprooted, lifted up, and cast into the sea. The idea of the city as a second Babylon, as a biblical Babylon, the wealthy and powerful city that will pay the price for its arrogance, corruption, and cruelty, was never far from the minds of the Byzantine writers when disaster struck Constantinople, like Constantin Stilvis after the Great Fire of 1197 and Nikitas Choniates after the fires and the sack of 1203-4. If the late Byzantine encomiasts of Constantinople avoided the comparison, this was not because they were unaware of it, but because they had found a way of turning it on its head. Thus, Metochites, in his final synchresis that concludes the Byzantios, contrasted the barbarian arrogance and extravagance of ancient Babylon with the Hellenic grace and virtue of Constantinople. In other words, he revives the idea, poetically asserted by John Geometris in the late 10th century, that Constantinople has taken over from Athens. The idea was taken to an extreme by Metochites' pupil Nikephoros Grigoras in his Florentios, where he transposes his debate with Balaam of Calabria from 14th century Constantinople to 4th century Athens, making the point that the Sophia of Plato and Aristotle lived on in the intellectual brilliance of Metochites and Grigoras. In the final analysis, the typology of Constantinople was a tale not of two, but of multiple cities. Our intellectual destination is a bridge that spans the contrasting and often divisive legacies of Rome, Jerusalem, Babylon, and Athens, not to mention Antioch and Alexandria. And for the Byzantine intellectuals who lived there, Constantinople was not a dead end, a museum, a gilded cage, or an ivory tower, but it was a bridge to the rest of the contemporary world. In Metochites' words, it was the common school, the kinon didaskalion of mankind, a theatre in which the whole world was on display. Being there was the ultimate learning experience because it took the place of an arduous voyage of discovery. if one should wish to learn about the whole of mankind and the various forms of human nature, how nature stamps different people with all kinds of different designs, manners, upbringing, social conduct, and lifestyle, this curious man has two options. Either he has to travel everywhere for the sake of this learning, understanding, and experience, and to make truly unending and fruitless efforts, or rather, he has absolutely no need of such efforts, but he can simply make use of this city for his purpose. He has only one need in order to accomplish his wish, and that is to be here in this city. It comes down to collective mentalities. Byzantine civilization, above all Byzantine political culture, was dominated by the destination mentality that the Christian Roman Empire took over from the Old Testament, along with the concept of the elect nation. It was the first Christian culture to apply this sense of manifest destiny to itself with the exclusivism and particularism of the original Israel. And it reinforced this exclusivism with its pride in its monopoly of Hellenic paideia. At the same time, Byzantium did not entirely give up on the inclusive bridge mentality that it inherited from the Roman Empire. Indeed, it bequeathed this mentality along with Constantinople to the Ottoman Empire. But the nation-states which arose from the breakup of the Ottoman Empire and changed the map of the post-Byzantine world did not share the mentality. They saw themselves purely as one-way destinations. The point is not irrelevant, because the years since the last International Congress of Byzantine Studies are seeing a clutch of significant centenary anniversaries in the post-Byzantine world. If this Congress had been held in 2021 as planned, it would have fallen 5 months after the 200th anniversary of the outbreak of the War of Greek Independence. Now it is taking place almost exactly 100 years after the conclusion of what Turkey likes to call the War of Turkish Independence. On the 30th of August 1922, the Turkish Republican forces of Kemal Atatürk decisively defeated the Greek army of occupation in western Anatolia at the Battle of Dumlupanar. On the 9th of September, they took control of Smyrna, Izmir, and in the following days, the city was devastated by fires, massacres, and the chaotic evacuation of the surviving Christian population. Next year will mark the centenary of the Treaty of Lausanne, which brought a sort of draconian closure to the events of 1922, and in the long term brought to a logical conclusion the process of nationalist exclusivism that had started in 1821. The peoples of the former Byzantine heartland were squeezed into national molds to which most of them were ill-suited, and forced to choose between the multiple malleable identities they had grown up with, as though they were so-called repatriated to destinations where they did not feel at home. This was where the destination mentality led, and this is where it will always lead if it is purely exclusive. Perhaps it works for Judaism, the culture which invented it. However, it's a mixed blessing for the other cultures that inherited it. For us as Byzantinists, none of these recent and upcoming centenaries gives much cause for celebration. They do, however, provide an incentive for the International Association of Byzantine Studies to get it right next time and to ensure that the discussion of Byzantium as bridge will continue in the not-too-distant future in its natural and historic setting. Thank you.
The first part of the ceremony is now officially closed. We would like to inform all our guests that the ceremony will start again at 11:30 with a plenary session.
cambio subito.
Ah, qui?
Sì, sì, sì.
Perché credevo che fosse per me. Allora.
Perfetto. Allora direi di copiarla.
Posso metterlo sul desktop?
Sì, certo. Ecco, dopo
Non si
direi...
vede? Dopo di me ne
dopo
fa.
la vedremo, sì.
just wanted to...
As you prefer, madam. You have also this one. And we have the screen if you need it.
Buongiorno a tutti. Good morning, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, and students. It's a great honor and pleasure for me to introduce the first plenary session of the 24th International Congress of Byzantine Studies, whose general theme is, as already said, Byzantium, Bridge Between Worlds. In this session, a city will be at the center of our discourse. Indeed, the city par excellence, Constantinople, the most astonishing metropolis in the Mediterranean, whose wealth of monuments, mildness of fortifications, and magnificency of decoration were well known inside and outside empire's borders, as evidenced by evocative literary descriptions and bird's-eye views, as those well known in Cristoforo Buondelmonti's Liber Insularum Archipelagi, or in some 15th century Italian painting. This image we are seeing is in particular taken from a cassone by an Italian painter, Apolonio di Giovanni, now kept in the Metropolitan Museum of New York. We talk about Constantinople, the heart of the Byzantine Empire, where it is right to pivot this morning and then set out along those paths that in these days of colloquia will touch on the most various topics in history, philology, archaeology, art history, historiography, and so on. If you talk about the urban history of Constantinople, about the monuments and the people who have inhabited them for almost a millennium, it is not possible to think with regret to a great scholar that left us some months ago. A Stambuliot by birth, Cyril Mango has been in absolute one of the most learned scholars of the Queen of Cities, perfectly at home as much in the exegesis of literary and epigraphic sources as he was in the disentanglement of the most complex questions about the topography of the Byzantine capital. May his gesture of blessing accompany and sustain us in these days. To remember Mango in connection with the theme of this plenary session is also to recall that almost 30 years ago, a symposium was celebrated that would prove seminal for studies to come. In Oxford, in April 1993, a group of scholars, under the direction of Gilbert Dacron and Cyril Mango, tackled from various angles the study of Constantinople and its hinterland. It goes without saying that our session, limited to two communications, cannot be compared to such a large symposium that was articulated in 7 sections with a total amount of 25 papers. However, the lectures we will hear embrace much of Constantinople history, leaving out only the early Byzantine period. And it's a pity that is missing the communication scheduled in the preliminary program of the Congress by Emrah Karaman and Rami Asal on some example of architectural sculpture from recent excavation in Istanbul, because, most likely, it would have partially filled this gap. This lecture will be offered by scholars who are among the most brilliant experts of the urban history of Constantinople. They are well known and they don't deserve a presentation. So I say that the first to come is Albrecht Berger, from Institut für Byzantinistik, Byzantinische Kunstgeschichte und Neogräzistik der Universität München. Many of his studies are centered on Constantinople, see the edition and commentary of the Patria, and they range from the solution of several enigmas about the topography and urban planning of the polis to the evaluation of strategies for displaying the statuary in public spaces. Recently, he touched also monuments of Venice linked to Constantinople, such as the Tondo relief representing a Byzantine emperor in Campiello and Garan. I call to desk Professor Berger. He will present a communication whose title is Constantinople in the Middle Byzantine Age.
It cannot take long. Well, good morning, Kalimera, Günaydin, and so on. I'm deeply honored by this introduction and will start immediately. From its foundation by Constantine the Great in 324 to the so-called Plague of Justinian in 542, Constantinople experienced an almost constant development with an ever-increasing population and the continuing construction of public buildings, streets and squares, of houses and churches. The only major setbacks were the big fire of 465 and the destructions in the city center which were caused by the Nika riots in 532. After the first outbreak of the plague in 542, the city recovered quickly, though probably with a reduced population, and the building activity resumed once more. In the early 7th century, however, the crisis of the whole empire arrived at its heart. The grain supply from Egypt to Constantinople ended forever in 619, and the city's water supply lines were destroyed during the Avar siege in 626. The city was repeatedly attacked by the Arabs in the years after 674 and finally massively besieged by them from 717 to 718. In this age of decline, the city lost most of its population, which decreased from several hundred thousands to about 40 to 50,000 persons, and almost no new buildings were erected for a long time. After the plague of 747, and especially after the repair of the aqueduct in 766, the city slowly began to recover. From the 9th to the 12th century, Constantinople went through a long phase of prosperity, with growing population and wealth. Its solid fortifications, above all the double Theodosian land walls, saved the city from many attacks, and only the Russian siege in 860 brought it into an immediately dangerous situation. The second phase of prosperity went on, even as the empire already began to decline in the 11th century and ended abruptly in 1204, when the city was conquered and plundered by the Knights of the First Crusade. In the following contribution, I will try to trace the stages of this development and to show how the cityscape of Constantinople changed over the centuries. The residential buildings of the early Byzantine age in Constantinople were mostly built of bricks, of brick and stone, and had wooden ceilings and roofs, the latter covered with ceramic tiles. Also, the major churches were not vaulted except for the apses and some small chapels and baptisteries. Many of these churches, but not all, were replaced in the age of Justinian by bigger and more complex structures with domes or vaulted roofs, the most prominent being Hagia Sophia and the Church of the Holy Apostles. Since the new buildings were much more massive than their predecessors, they were mostly constructed on completely new foundations without using parts of the older structures. But what happened to all these buildings in an age of neglect and decay? Houses and churches with wooden roof constructions would only last as long as they were rainproof. If not, the beams soon decayed, and after a while, first the roof, then the ceilings below would collapse, so that only the outer walls of the building still remained upright. Halls and churches with a single big interior space were destroyed even quicker. Of a basilica, therefore, only the vaulted apse, the outer walls, and the rows of columns may have still existed after some decades of decay. The vaulted churches deteriorated slower than those with wooden roofs and were destroyed by earthquakes and fire rather than by lack of maintenance. When Constantinople rapidly declined in the 7th century, the city must have been full of ruins, even in its very center. Only the terrace walls and massive vaulted substructures on which many buildings of the earlier time had been built remained almost undamaged. The speed of decay in this age was greatly accelerated by the practice of building with spolia. Many old houses were dismantled and used as building material, and a great part of the architectural pieces, such as cornices, columns, and capitals, which we find in buildings, of the Middle and Late Age are taken from destroyed monuments of the early period. This procedure of recycling included also stone and brick, and in some cases even mosaic tesserae, as in the case of St. Stephanos and All Saints in the 9th century. Between the early 7th and the mid-8th century, almost the only recorded building activity was in the first reign of Justinian II, around 692, in the Great Palace, where 2 new reception halls and a ceremonial courtyard with a fountain were built. The courtyard is the first known example of such an installation for the use of the circus factions, whose independent political role was going soon to end. The real rebuilding of Constantinople began, as previously mentioned, in the age of Constantine V, with the repair of the aqueduct in 766 and the subsequent settling of craftsmen from Asia Minor, Thrace, and Greece. Very little, however, is known about the construction of new churches in this age, except for the famous Pharos Chapel. Then, in the time of Empress Irene, between 797 and 802, the restoration of an old aristocratic palace is reported, where possibly a group of immigrants from Athens was settled. During the first major building campaign in Constantinople, which took place under Emperor Theophilos between 829 and 842, some new buildings were added to the Great Palace, and the fortifications of the cities were reinforced. Theophilos' buildings in the palace were all located south of its old center, in an area where several new reception halls had already been built in the late 6th century and under Justinian II. Although the continuation of Theophanes claims that they were all new, most of them were probably older constructions, but now restored and redecorated, except for the complex of Trikonchos and Sigma, on the edge of the southern terrace wall, which was again equipped with a fountain and a ceremonial courtyard. The work on the fortifications in Theophilos' age was mainly done on the sea walls, probably as a reaction to the increasing Arabian threat in this time. It's only briefly mentioned by the sources, but well documented by a number of inscriptions. The sea walls were repaired, including the complete rebuilding of some towers, and an impressive facade, the Bukoleon, was set on top of it at the seaside below the Great Palace. Apparently, without a mention in the sources, the silted-up harbors on the Golden Horn were also given up in this time. That is, they were finally filled up with earth and enclosed by new walls, perhaps including a major part also of the harbor of Sophia on the southern shore, which was later turned into a shipyard. Much more important for the whole city was another building campaign about 40 years later, in the reign of Emperor Basilios I, in which many old churches, including Hagia Sophia and the Holy Apostles, were repaired or completely rebuilt. The repair of Hagia Sophia was in fact a major intervention, which involved the dismantling and rebuilding of a major part of the gallery level and the installation of a new figural mosaic decoration. The continuation of Theophanes lists 24 churches in and near Constantinople which were repaired or rebuilt under Basilios. In many cases, the text says that they were, I quote, rebuilt from the foundations. And for a number of churches, some more details are given. The wooden roof of the church of Anastasis or Anastasia, for example, was replaced by one of stone, which implies that a large basilica from the early Byzantine ages was replaced by a much smaller but higher and more massive domed cross in square construction. Also noteworthy is the case of the Charkopratia church, which was equipped with lateral arches and a higher roof to improve the lighting of the interior. The continuation of Theophanes does not say how long these churches of Constantinople were already in ruins when Basilios started his campaign. It seems, however, that many of them were only damaged by the series of heavy earthquakes which shook the city in 862, 866, and 869, that is, shortly before and at the beginning of his reign. The earthquake of 866 is mentioned in the Patria of Constantinople as the reason for the destruction of one church in the west of Constantinople, the Mother of God near the Sigma. The same source redates the building of another nearby church, that of St. Stephanos, to the reign of Basilius' son Leon VI, and remarks that its gold mosaic tesserae, marble revetments, and columns were later used for building the Church of All Saints, nota bene, more than 30 years after the 866 earthquake. The list in the continuation of Theophanes ends with Basilius' new churches in the palace. The most important being the monumental Nea, or new church. All these churches were, it seems, not restored older ones, but new, and obviously built with the intention to strengthen the Christian element in the palace. The same can also be said for the only new church of Basilius' age outside the Great Palace, the chapel of the Mother of God on the Forum. It was erected at the foot of the porphyry column, which was at that time still crowned by the monumental statue of Constantine as the sun god, naked and with a crown of 7 solar rays on his head. It seems that the pagan character of the Forum, whose decoration also included several ancient Greek statues, had meanwhile become problematic for a station of the regular religious and imperial processions, and was neutralized in this way. The campaign of Basilius changed the appearance of most major churches of Constantinople, and with it the whole cityscape. Yet some big churches of the early period do not appear on the list, among them the church of John Prodromos of the Studios Monastery, which perhaps did not need a restoration at this time, and the monumental and lavishly decorated church of St. Polyeptos. This church was later in the 11th century abandoned, probably after being damaged by an earthquake, since it was impossible to replace it by an adequate construction. Basilius' big church in the new palace, the Nea, is today long destroyed, and various attempts have been made to reconstruct it from literary evidence. The most plausible assumption is still that it was a monumental cross and square church with a main dome in the center with domed roof chapels and lateral galleries. This elaborate plan was new and fascinating in Basilius' age, and it seems that it was soon repeated by new churches of much smaller dimensions where there was actually no need for such a complicated layout. This is probably the origin of the miniaturized monumental architecture which became so characteristic of the later Middle Ages in Constantinople and elsewhere. In today's Istanbul, the oldest part of the former Lips monastery, which dates back to the time of Leon VI, is the best surviving example. Unfortunately, it does not look today as on this reconstruction again by Tayfun Öner. Since the first monasteries of Constantinople were founded in the late 4th century, most of them lay in the western part of the city between the walls of Constantine and Theodosius, and their number rose from about 20 in the mid-5th century to over 70 in the mid-6th, as shown by the signatures of the abbots in the Acts of the Synods of 448, 518, and 536. Only few monasteries existed in the more central parts of the city in the early Byzantine age. We actually only have clear evidence for 3 of them, namely that of the Achimeti, the non-sleeping monks, which lay on the old Acropolis, but was soon dissolved, that of Sergios and Bakos in the house of Justinian near the Great Palace, and one near the aqueduct at the later Kalenderhane site. To the latter site, the name Takiro or Kyriotissa was transferred only in the Middle Byzantine age, while its original name of 2 older churches is unknown. It may be identified with the monastery of Anastasios near the aqueduct, which is only mentioned in the list of 448. Many foundations of the early Byzantine age are not mentioned again after the Great Crisis. Others survived, such as the famous monasteries of Dalmatos and Studios, and from the 9th century onward, the building of monasteries was resumed. The majority still stood in the west of the city, though rather in the hilly northern part near the Golden Horn than in the south. Some were newly built and others were established in converted old residential buildings, as we shall presently see. In the 11th and 12th century, the building of monasteries slowly extended from the northwestern part of Constantinople to the southeast. Yet, the number of monasteries in the city center itself remained very small throughout the whole Byzantine age. In the most central area, that facing the Golden Horn between the Acropolis and the so-called Third Hill, we only know 3 monasteries, that of Kyr Antonios, that in the house of Vassos, and one connected to the Anastasis Church. On the eastern shore, however, in a calm area without major streets, the famous Odigon monastery was founded in the 9th century. The monastery of St. Lazarus, a foundation of Leo VI, followed in the early 10th century, the Mangana monastery of Constantine Monomachos in the 11th, and a number of others still later, so that this small region became another center of monasticism in Constantinople. A final group of monasteries in Constantinople before the catastrophe of 1204 was built in the age of the Komnenian dynasty and is mostly, though not always, associated with the imperial family. The series began with the Pamagaristos monastery and ended with the monumental Pantokrator monastery of John II and his wife Piroshka Irene, whose construction lasted from 1124 to 1136. Let us now turn to the non-religious buildings of Constantinople, that is, to the aristocratic palaces, tenements, and private houses. When the city recovered, its population grew again, but probably never reached the numbers of the early Byzantine age. The high multi-storied buildings, which were occasionally mentioned before, had disappeared forever, and living houses mostly had not more than 2 or 3 stories. In a recent study, Paul Magdalino has drawn our attention to, as he calls it, the modes of reconstruction in Byzantine Constantinople. Taking as examples the urban palaces of Marina, Pulcheria, and Arcadia, mentioned around 425 in the Notitia Urbis Constantinopolitane, he demonstrated how such large complexes survived, were restored after a time of decay, and used for a new purpose. A general problem in this context is that most of these former aristocratic houses changed their owners several times and often were renamed at later reconstructions so that their original name disappeared. And if the old and the new name of a house were simultaneously used, we are in danger of double counting, so that the number of buildings in the sources may appear higher than it was in reality. Now let us briefly look on Magdaleno's examples. The Palace of Marina on the eastern coast near the Great Palace became state property after her death, was later used as a textile workshop, and disappears from the sources when one part of it was given to the Odigon monastery in the 8th or 9th century, while the rest was overbuilt with new extensions of the Great Palace in the late 9th and 10th century. The Palace of Pulcheria near the Hippodrome may have been the building known as the House of Probos in the 6th century, as that of Sophia in the late 6th, and after a long time of silence, as that of Nikephoros Phokas in the 10th century. It possibly ended up as a hostel for merchants in the late 12th century. The Palace of Arcadia in the west of the city is mentioned with this name only in the Notitia, that is in the 5th century. When it was restored in the late 8th century by the Empress Irene, it was commonly called the Palace of Eleftherios after an unknown previous owner, who should not, however, be dated back into the time of Constantine the Great. Only the 10th century patriarch make Eleftherios the builder of a small harbor predating that of Theodosius. But this is highly improbable, although it has been usually believed due to lack of other information. The upper part of the large area, which originally extended almost from the main street to the coast, was detached in the renovation or sometime later, and the ruins of a monumental rotunda, which had been the entry hall of the palace, a small house called that of Cartaros, was built, which may have been the property of Theodorus Cartaros, a general who died as one of the 42 martyrs of Amorium in 845. This house became, another 100 years later, the Myrelion monastery of the Emperor Romanos Lakapinos. Another comparable case is the palace of Constantine the Great's mother Helena, the Helenianae, which lay outside the walls of Constantinople and is therefore not mentioned by the Notitia. By the 10th century, it served as a home for old people, but its semicircular courtyard was still used as a ceremonial station for imperial processions. In the 11th century, finally, it was replaced by the Perivletos monastery of Emperor Romanos Argyros, and its original name disappeared. In other cases, only the later owner of a house is known, which makes it difficult to identify the original founder. The house of Aspar, for example, lay somewhere near the big open cistern whose name it bears, in the northwest of the Constantinian city or just outside it. In this area, the Notitia locates the houses of Empress Eudokia and her daughter Arcadia, so it is plausible to assume that Aspar bought one of them or was endowed with it by the emperor. Later, in the 10th century, Aspar's house was also called the House of the Barbarian and was temporarily given to the Armenian lords of Taron, before it passed into the hands of the Parakimomenos Vasilios. Its fate after this time is unknown, but it may have been replaced later by the monastery of St. Constantine. Not far from there, the famous Pantocrator monastery was built in the 12th century. It may have stood, as again suggested by Paul Magdalino, on the place where the house of the Lady Hilara had been in the 6th century and the hospital of Emperor Theophilos in the 9th. It is hard to believe that there was nothing on the site before Hilara. In fact, the first house here may have been the other of the two houses just mentioned, which did not pass into the hands of Aspar. Another case is the house of Bonos, which lay, as I still believe, outside of the Constantinian walls near the cistern of Aspar, where the mosque of Sultan Selim now stands. It was replaced in the 10th century by the so-called New Palace of Bonos, thus keeping its old name, and later by the monastery of Christ Pantipoptis. The only prominent person, called Bonos, was the patrician and defender of Constantinople in 626. It is unlikely that his house was the first construction of on this prominent site, on top of a steep hill high over the Golden Horn, and its original founder has not been identified. From the 10th century onward, the rebuilding and upgrading of old aristocratic houses reaches a new dimension. After 600 years of imperial rule in the city, both the mausolea of Constantine and Justinian and the Church of the Holy Apostles were full and could not accommodate new burials. The monasteries of Myrelion, of Perivleptos and Pantocrator, therefore, were designed as dynastic foundations where the members of the now reigning family should be put to rest, and that, if possible, in an impressive building on a hill or an old substructure which dominated their surroundings. An exception is here the already mentioned Mangano monastery on the eastern shore, which had no known predecessor. A word may also be added here on the terminology of buildings. In the Notitia Urbis Constantinopolitane, the big public baths bear the names of their founders with the Latin suffix ane, for example, Constantiane, Arcadiane, Anastasiane. In Greek texts of the same period, this way of naming is also applied to aristocratic houses and palaces as the Eleniane, Pulcheriane, and Sophiane. In the Middle Byzantine Age, this terminology was still used only for a number of churches which had been added to such buildings when they were converted into charitable institutions. In common usage, it was mostly replaced by the neutral article with ta, with the founder's name in genitive, for example, ta urvitiu, ta arevindu, ta armatiu. This designation is used, however, for buildings of any size, such as houses, churches, or monasteries, sometimes even for statues. It appears occasionally already in the early Byzantine age. Procopius, for example, once calls the Helleniane ta Hellenis, and the Chronicon Paschale mentions the Placidiane as ta Placidias. In 10th century texts, like the Patria or the Synaxar of Constantinople, the number of locations named in this way has risen to more than 100. As we have seen so far, many big urban palaces and aristocratic houses of the early Byzantine age continued to exist, but changed their name owners several times, were converted to a different use, and even split up into more than one property. The most common new use was that as a hospital or a home for old people. In some cases, for example, that of the Helleniane, this had lasted for so long that the 10th century Patria of Constantinople believed they served as such from the beginning. Of course, there were also many old houses beneath the aristocratic level which still existed in the Middle Byzantine age. And although most of, or all of them, must have changed their owners in the course of time, a large number of them was still known by the name of their founders. But what we do not know is how much of these old buildings was still intact when they were restored between the 9th and 12th centuries. In many cases, to quote Paul Magdalino again, the authorities and the inhabitants of the Byzantine capital may have practiced a culture of conservation and reuse. On the other hand, they projected a rhetoric of new construction from zero. So far, Paul Magdalino. We may assume that often an ancient building was simply repaired by replacing damaged marble parts or by putting a new roof on it. If it was converted into a monastery, however, a church had to be added, which could not always be accommodated on the already existing substructure. The church of the Morelleon monastery, therefore, was built on a separate substructure next to the core of the already mentioned rotunda, while the church of the Perivleptos monastery seems to have stood on a substructure in front of the old terrace. In any case, material of ruined buildings was used for rebuilding, or sometimes even material of buildings which had been still more or less intact at the time, but were now cannibalized. Probably the strangest case is the reuse of a wooden ceiling from the 5th century palace of Basiliskos, which was mounted around 830 in the age of Emperor Theophilos in the Lavsiakos, a reception hall in the Great Palace from the late 7th century. Then, from the 10th century onward, the architectural patterns of aristocratic houses and palaces begin to change. Instead of the traditional loose arrangement of rotundas, octagons, cruciform or longitudinal buildings along porticos and around courtyards, new houses were now built on rectangular ground plans and are multi-storied, probably with the representative rooms, the piano nobile, on the first floor. But there was one element which still dominated the cityscape as a remnant of the glorious old days. This was the triumphal columns, 7 in number, built between Constantine the Great in the early 4th and Justin II in the late 6th century. Except for the column of Constantine on the Forum and the rather modest column of Marcion, they have now all disappeared. And their function of structuring and accentuating the silhouette has been taken over by the minarets of the mosques. Of these columns, that of Constantine may have reached a height of about 40 meters, and those of Theodosius and Arcadius of more than 50 meters. But the statues which crowned them fell one after the other as a result of earthquakes and violent storms. So the dates you see here are the dates of destruction. The column of Theodosius lost its statue already in the 5th century, before the last two monumental columns were even built, and that of Arcadius fell in 740, that of Justin II in 866. The statue of Constantine on the column of his Forum showed the emperor in the shape of a late antique sun god, as mentioned before, and was one of the last visible memories of Constantinople's not-so-Christian origins. Its downfall in 1106, therefore, also marks a final steps in its Christianization. Anna Komnene reports that when the statue had fallen, some people took this as a bad omen for her father, the Emperor Alexios I. But when Alexios heard about these rumors, he said, "I know one Lord of life and death, and there's no reason why I should believe that the fall of pagan statues brings death." At the end of the Middle Byzantine Age, only the statue of Leo I and of Justinian still existed, and only that of Justinian remained on its column until the Ottoman conquest in 1453. The last major change in the city of Constantinople before the catastrophe of 1204 took place in the age of the Komnenian dynasty, which began with the accession of the same emperor Alexios Komnenos in 1081. As mentioned, a series of new monasteries were built in the northeast of Constantinople, most of which had no earlier predecessor, and ending with the Pantokrator monastery, which replaced an old aristocratic house and hospital. The Blacherne Palace, in the extreme northwest of the city, which had long been used for imperial receptions after the visits to the famous Church of the Mother of God nearby, gained more importance in the age of Alexios Komnenos before it became the main residence under his grandson Manuel. New multi-storied buildings with reception halls on the first floor were added to it. And since it lay very close to the old city wall, a new wall with massive towers was constructed in Manuel's time further to the west to better protect it. But still, the old great palace was used for ceremonial purposes, and the chariot races were held in the hippodrome in the emperor's presence. Since the emperor and his court often had to move between the old and new palace, either by boat or by horse, a new pattern of procession through the city emerged, and the old ceremonial route from the Golden Gate to the Great Palace was given up. The Komnenian age also witnessed an increasing presence of foreigners in Constantinople, partly due to the establishment of the so-called concessions for merchants from Venice and other Italian cities, and partly as a consequence of the Crusades which passed through or near Constantinople. The first of these concessions was granted in 1082 or shortly thereafter to the Venetians. It stretched about 300 meters on the Golden Horn and contained a church and administrative buildings and 3 wharfs. The Pisan concession, founded in 1111, lay to the east of the Venetian ones. The Genovese concession was first established across the Golden Horn in Galata, but was later transferred to Constantinople to a place near the other concessions. Although these concessions had clearly defined borders, they were not separated from the remaining city, and public streets ran across them. On the eve of the Fourth Crusade, Constantinople was a rich cosmopolitan city, founded over 700 years ago, but largely dominated by buildings from the last 200 or 300 years. After the disaster of 1204, the city never recovered until the end of the Byzantine Empire. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Albrecht Berger, for his communication. Now is the moment of Nevra Necipoğlu, who taught at Boğaziçi University since 1990 and is the founding director of the Byzantine Studies Research Center. Another scholar, particularly expert of Constantinople. She was one very young participant to the Oxonian Symposium mentioned before. Privileged topics include Byzantine-Ottoman relations, the social topography of Constantinople, late Byzantine social and economic history. Nevra Necipoğlu presents a lecture whose title is Monasteries of Late Byzantine Constantinople, New Evidence from Ottoman Survey ordered by Mehmed II. Please.
Yes, my title is slightly changed, but it's still the same. This is really a great honor, pleasure, and a little bit exciting to be here in front of all of you and to be on this first session on Constantinople. So thank you very much. The first Ottoman survey of Istanbul, completed in December 1455 or shortly thereafter, is a precious document which gives information about the buildings and inhabitants of the city only a few years after its conquest by Mehmed II in 1453. Although a decade has passed since its publication by Halil İnalcık, and here is the cover of the book, this document has so far remained understudied by scholars of late Byzantine Constantinople. The document, as presented by İnalcık, consists of two parts, devoted respectively to Galata and Istanbul, Constantiniye. The present paper will focus only on the survey of Istanbul, in which buildings that were confiscated as state property and allocated to the Ottoman treasury within 33 quarters of the intramural city have been registered, along with information about whether they were inhabited or uninhabited, the inhabitants' identities, and the physical state of the buildings in question, sometimes with indications of their location within the quarter or in relation to one another. Among the registered buildings, individual churches and monastic complexes not only figure prominently, but they also serve as reference points for several quarters. Since the monastic complexes are recorded with detailed lists and descriptions of the buildings inside their walled enclosures, the document provides abundant new information on the spatial and structural aspects of these foundations, as well as on questions of topography. Through an examination of the evidence concerning the monasteries registered in the first survey of Istanbul during the initial years following the Ottoman conquest, this paper aims to contribute to our knowledge of the sacred topography of late Byzantine Constantinople. Due to the limited time, of course, I will only highlight selected examples rather than treat all the monasteries on which there is new evidence in the survey. Sources that offer detailed information on the physical makeup of Constantinopolitan monasteries are rare, except for some Byzantine foundation documents which contain delimitations, periodismi, of monastic complexes or regulations concerning the different units within monasteries, prime examples of which are, of course, the Typica of Keharetomeni, Vevea Elpis, and Pantokrator. Much of the evidence, except for these, much of the evidence from other written sources and from material remains tends to be restricted to the main churches, the Catholica of monasteries. The Istanbul survey, therefore, fills an important gap in our present state of knowledge about the composition and layout of the capital's monasteries in the Paleologan period. Now, the image that we see, the two versions of a 16th century image of the Pamakaristos monastery shown on the screen are perhaps the closest we have to what monastic complexes may have looked like in Paleologan Constantinople. But, I mean, we see them as an enclosure. Oops, sorry. Went too far. Yes, these are the two images. It's not a very good quality, but you can see the walls, and here is, of course, the main complex and some gardens, and here is the same version. So, this is what we may imagine Paleologan period monastic complexes to have looked like, but did they really look like this? The Istanbul survey will, I hope, help us answer this question. Yet, besides its strengths as a source, the survey has shortcomings as well. Most importantly, it has not come down to us in an intact form. Much of the eastern part of the city, with its many monasteries, is missing from it. The surviving sections, on the other hand, are made up of two fragments. Fragment 1, what I call the first fragment, or fragment 1, includes 23 quarters of the intramural city as listed on the screen. Another fragment, the second fragment, contains the title of the survey plus 10 quarters. And here is the document page itself. This is the title of the document, which says the houses of Constantinople, which are held for the treasury. And on the right, you see the next 2 pages with 2 of the initial 10 quarters that were located in the northwest of the city. And here is the list of those 10 quarters. Now, the original manuscript of Fragment 1, which contains the Galata survey as well, was not available to Halil İnalcık, who only worked with a photocopy of it that he had. The manuscript has lately been discovered in the Topkapı Palace Museum archive, something which Halil İnalcık never managed to do in his lifetime. So it's been lately discovered in the Topkapı Palace Museum archive, bound together with several other documents from the reign of Mehmed II inside a register of miscellanea, just like Fragment 2 in another miscellanea. A comparison of the Topkapı Palace manuscript with the photocopy published by İnalcık has shown that the two are identical, except for the manuscript's last page, which is lacking in İnalcık's publication, and which you see on the, this is from the manuscript itself, which you see on the very right. So this is the point where the page where the Galata survey ends, and the Istanbul survey begins here, but not at the beginning. But in this manuscript, the last page is important, which is missing in İnalcık's copy, and the missing page, which you see on the here, this is the last missing page. It is significant for us for 2 reasons. First of all, it conveys information on 2 additional monasteries located within the last mentioned quarter of Büyükbalat in İnalcık's text. And second, it reveals that the next quarter registered in the survey is that of Ayasofya, though unfortunately, the page contains only 2 entries pertaining to it. Despite the presence of gaps, unidentifiable quarters, and inconsistencies in the Istanbul survey, it is possible to trace, albeit roughly, the itinerary of the surveyor. And here is just a map. So, setting out from the Vlaherne region in the city's northwestern corner, he began by registering the quarters situated in the Upper Golden Horn area and along the Theodosian land walls, up to and including the Edirnekapı district. After a probable break, or Adrianople Gate district, after a probable break in the text, we find him in the quarter called Canalıcı, which is approximately to the southeast of the Church of the Holy Apostles, which is not mentioned in the survey. And from there, he proceeded to the Lycos Valley and subsequently turned towards the land walls again, which he followed with some zigzags as far as the Golden Gate quarter. There, continuing eastward along the Marmara seashore and passing through the districts of Samathia and Vlaga, he then headed north towards the central part of the city, eventually reaching the quarter of Ayasofya, his last recorded stop in the available sections of the survey. According to Alice Mary Talbot, at least 55 monasteries were active in Constantinople during the first half of the 15th century, by contrast to more than 300 in the 12th century. While shortly before the Ottoman conquest, at least 30 of these were still functioning. In the Istanbul survey, 33 monasteries are mentioned by name, even though not all of them are identifiable, and here is the table I formed. I guess it's impossible to see, I'm sorry, this is the table of all the identifiable or non-identifiable monasteries. So these 33 monasteries are distributed among 20 of the 33 quarters included in the document. Thus, 13 quarters contain no registered monasteries, while 8 of these churches are recorded, all unnamed except one, and 5 include neither monasteries nor churches, but only houses and shops. The total absence of monasteries in 13 quarters, which is rather unlikely in my opinion, points to a further shortcoming of the survey besides its missing pages, namely the fact that only the buildings that were state property, mevkuf, have been registered in it. In other words, some existing monasteries and churches must have been omitted from the document, presumably because they were considered sultanic property, as Çiğdem Kafesçioğlu has suggested in connection with the survey's silence regarding the Holy Apostles' Church. It may also be that certain religious foundations remained unregistered because Mehmed II had granted them in full possession either to the Orthodox Patriarchate, as may have been the case with the monastery of Pammakaristos, the then seat of the Patriarchate, which is missing from the survey, or to private individuals or groups, as for instance the Pantokrator Monastery, another apparent omission, which according to Dukas was inhabited by fullers circa 1454-55, while its church was used as a workshop by shoemakers. Among monasteries one might have expected to encounter in the surviving sections of the survey, some other notable omissions include the double monastery of Philanthropos and Kecharitomeni, or St. Andrew in Crisi, unless they are hidden in the document under unrecognizable names. Finally, one more problem that must be mentioned concerns issues related to terminology, in particular, certain terms used in the survey, such as, for instance, çardak, the exact meaning of which is unclear. INAUGURAL has defined these structures called çardak variously as huts or simple dwellings or houses roofed over with reeds. According to another opinion, they must be wooden houses, but there is no real satisfactory answer. Interestingly, the survey mentions these çardaks only in the context of monastic complexes and with reference only to 6 monasteries. They appear as 1 or 2-storied structures that could contain as many as 10 or 11 divisions per story. Another problematic term is hane, which is conveniently translated into English as house, but which can actually refer to various types of residential and non-residential buildings, as I will discuss a little later. The first monastery attested in the survey is Hora, called Manastır Horanam, which is registered under the second of 2 quarters named Balat. The survey describes it as abandoned, hali, which is not surprising since, according to Dukas, it was plundered by Ottoman soldiers who entered the city through the Harisios Gate on May 29, 1453. The survey unfortunately provides no further information on it. By the way, for this map, I am thankful to Nicholas Milvani, who again allowed me to use it. The next quarter is Babı Edirne, or Edirne Kapı, or Gate of Adrianople, where the foundation, registered as Manastır Nam Prodermes, can be identified as the monastery of St. John Prodromos in Petra. One of the most important monastic foundations of Komnenian and Paleologan Constantinople that survived under Ottoman rule until the early decades of the 17th century, the Petra Monastery has been described by several sources. We possess a detailed description of it by Clavijo, while the 16th century visitors, Stefan Gerlach and Trifon Korobeynikov, provide additional information. Yet, as detailed and informative as these descriptions are regarding particular features of the Petra Monastery, they fail to offer an overall picture of the vast complex. The Istanbul survey comes to our rescue with the extensive list it provides of the buildings within its precincts. These included, in the order they are recorded, the following: 100 two-story houses, 3 high chardaks, 1 church, a sumptuous house, 2 storehouses, 2 one-story houses, a large and a small storehouse, another church, a winery, 5 chardaks, 3 high chardaks, and 1 more chardak, thus adding up to 120 buildings besides its 2 churches. The first church mentioned in this list is no doubt the Catholicon of Petra, while the sumptuous house registered immediately after it must be the refectory, followed by 2 storehouses, at least one of which presumably served the refectory. The 102-story houses registered as a group, on the other hand, evidently correspond to the unquantified houses and cells mentioned in Klavihos and Gerlach's respective descriptions of the monastery's presumably inner courtyard. It is conceivable that there was an outer courtyard encompassing the second church, winery, last 3 blocks of chardaks, and possibly some or all of the remaining items that are recorded before the second church. Overall, the most striking feature of the Petra monastery revealed by the survey is the outstanding number of houses, or hanes, exceeding 100, clustered inside its walls. Yet we have to bear in mind that although the term hane usually gets translated into English as house, in the survey it seems to denote not only houses proper, but also other dwellings such as monastic cells. We must also take into account that the surveyor, unable to recognize the specific function of some of the structures that he saw on the site of the monasteries, registered them generically as houses, hanes, regardless of whether they were residential or non-residential buildings. Thus, unless the survey explicitly refers to cells, hucerat, which it only does in the case of 3 monasteries, we can assume that part of the houses registered within monastic complexes were actually cells and would have also included a series of unnamed auxiliary units such as bakeries, baths, latrines, laundry facilities, dormitories, libraries, or various workshops. Nonetheless, whatever their actual function, the very high number of buildings inside monasteries, as displayed by the survey, is quite striking. The presence of a second church on the grounds of Petra is, to my knowledge, previously unattested and also deserves some comment. The new evidence may indeed resolve an uncertainty as to whether this male institution was transformed into a female one in the Ottoman period, as suggested by the testimonies of Gerlach and Korobeynikov, or whether it may have functioned as a nunnery already before 1453, as indicated by Klavihos' explicit statement that it was a monastery for nuns, even though he later refers to monks. While Klavihos' 2 statements appear to contradict one another, they may alternatively be understood to imply that Petra was perhaps a double monastery at the time of his visit in 1403, which is plausible given the fact, plausible but not necessary, given the fact revealed by the Istanbul survey that the complex comprised 2 churches. In fact, Jean-Pierre Grélois, according to Jean-Pierre Grélois, a reference in the diary of Stefan Gerlach to a church of Chrysostomos, which he saw 2 years prior to his visit to Petra and described as a foundation that was currently in the use of nuns, but had once been a mixed monastery for monks and nuns, should be associated with Petra on the grounds that Gerlach possibly confused St. John Prodromos with his namesake, St. John Chrysostomos, at the time of his first visit. If this interpretation is correct, then Gerlach's statement would seem to confirm that Petra functioned as a double monastery, at least in the first half of the 15th century, because as late as March 1381, it is still designated as a male institution in a patriarchal decree, but perhaps at the time of the visit of Klavihos, it may have already served as a function as a double monastery and perhaps was transformed into a convent for nuns under Ottoman rule, probably following its donation in 1463 by Mehmed II to the mother of the Grand Vizier Mahmud Pasha, who was of Byzantine Serbian origin. The next two identifiable Byzantine monasteries in the survey are those of Lips and Kiramartha, which are registered under successively listed quarters named after them. The Lips monastery, originally founded in the early 10th century, was restored at the end of the 13th century by the Empress Theodora Paleologina, widow of Michael VIII, to serve as a convent for 50 nuns. The foundation document, the Typikon, for the convent and its church buildings have both come down to us, the latter as the present-day Fenari Isa Mosque. Thus, we know that Theodora Paleologina expanded the monastic complex by annexing to the south side of the 10th century Theotokos church a new church dedicated to St. John Prodromos, which was intended to be used for the burials of the Paleologos family. Next to or nearby the convent, she also built a hospital for women enclosed by a wall and containing 12 beds for patients, 3 beds for attendants, and some small rooms. Among other units of the Lips complex, the Typikon mentions separate storerooms for the convent and for the hospital, a refectory, living quarters, and a gatehouse. Finally, it provides an inventory of the convent's landed properties, both inside and outside Constantinople, that testify to its wealth. Now, the Istanbul survey supplements our existing information, once again with new statistical evidence regarding the number of buildings inside the Lips complex, which add up to 108 one- and two-story structures that are, as already stated, generically referred to as houses. Apart from the houses, only one church is registered, indicating that the surveyor regarded the adjoining north and south churches as a single unit. From the itemized list of the buildings within the complex, we learned that a group of 16 two-story and 16 single-story houses were situated nearby the gate of the monastery, while at the gate itself stood a one-story building corresponding no doubt to the gatehouse mentioned in the Typikon. Another group of 10 single-story houses are recorded together with the church, presumably because they lay in close proximity to it. The way he's ordering these things, that's why I put some of them in a list in the order, so that one can visualize how entering a monastery, like the image we saw of the Pammakaristos, how he's going from right to left or from left to right and recording things as he saw them. Another group of 10 single-story houses are recorded together with the church, presumably because they lay place in close proximity to it. Yet another block of buildings included 12 single-story houses, after which a two-story house with one room on each floor is registered as an individual item. So what we see are like clusters of buildings, 10 houses, 12 houses, 5 houses, sometimes individual buildings, which again gives us an idea about the layout of these foundations. Also counted among the houses were 5 two-story chardaks with multiple divisions on each floor. Just outside the monastery, on the other hand, there were 2 shops, one facing and the other beside its gate, but whether or not they belonged to Lips is not certain. Worthy of note is the conspicuous absence of the Lips hospital in the survey. So we can ask, could it be that it had ceased to exist before 1453? Or might it perhaps be concealed among the other buildings registered in the same quarter, since we know from the Lips Typikon that it was situated within an enclosure wall nearby the monastery? So it is indeed tempting to identify among the buildings of the quarter an unoccupied church that was located on a public street, along with 5 cells beside it and 2 one-story houses facing it, as parts of the Lips hospital complex. Although by no means verifiable, the proposed identification is supported by the examples of the Pantokrator and Kral hospitals, which are known to have had churches, cells, and other auxiliary buildings attached to them. As for the monastery of Kiramartha, which was a convent founded in the second half of the 13th century by Maria Martha Paleologina, the sister of Emperor Michael VIII and wife of the Megas Domestikos Nikiforos Tarhaniotis, we know its approximate location south of the Church of the Holy Apostles, near and somewhat to the northeast of the convent of Lips, thanks to the testimony of 14th and 15th century Russian pilgrims who visited the relics housed in it. Its position in the Istanbul survey confirms that it was close to Lips, but much more significant are the details provided by the survey regarding its composition and layout. From the sources of the Paleologan period, we possess almost no information on the Kiramartha complex, with the sole exception of a patriarchal document dated 1400, which reveals the presence in its courtyard of a church dedicated to Saint George and of a single house that was the cause of a debate near this church. According to the Istanbul survey, in the courtyard of Kiramartha, which based on what follows should be understood as an outer courtyard, there were 12 houses and 2 wineries. Around the monastery, that is to say, in its inner courtyard, the survey lists 2 churches, a refectory, and 50 cells, identified as cells, hücerat, half of them 2-storied and the other half 1-storied. So these are entirely new pieces of information which disclose, first of all, the presence of a second church within the precincts of Kiramartha, besides the formerly known Church of St. George. The existence of 2 courtyards is revealed as well, the inner one reserved for religious, residential, and dining purposes, the outer one geared towards productive activities. The evidence concerning the number of cells, on the other hand, indicates that in terms of residential capacity, Kiramartha, with its 50 cells, was more or less comparable to the convent of Lips, which was designed to house 50 nuns. And in this context, it is of interest to note that in the Chronicle of Francis, Kiramartha and Lips are mentioned together in a statement which implies that they were regarded as 2 of the larger convents of Paleologan Constantinople. The survey's description of the Studios monastery, Manastır Nam Istudio, in the quarter called Castel Hirise, in other words, Golden Gate, is yet another detailed description that deserves attention. Its main church, with a basilical plan, of course, has come down to us in a ruinous state as the present-day İmraor Mosque, along with the remains of a cistern and holy spring, Ayazma. From various written sources, including its 9th century foundation documents, the writings of Theodore Studites, and later travelers' and pilgrims' accounts, we know that the Studios complex extended over a very large area and have information about some of the buildings and structures in it. Once again, the Istanbul survey enhances our present state of knowledge by providing a more comprehensive picture of the complex in its Paleologan phase, as well as some hints about its layout. According to the survey, the Studios monastery comprised, besides its Catholicon, which is described as an enormous church, Deir-i Muazzam, 1 more church, a stately hospital, a refectory identified as, quote, a large house called Drapez, 80 houses, 5 chardaks, a kitchen, 2 storehouses, 5 wineries, and 2 stables. Not even my breath is enough to read all of this. Most of the 80 houses are registered in blocks of 4, 5, 9, 10, and 22, while only 5 are listed as individual units, and 1 is registered together with a storehouse. Interestingly, a group of 10 houses, along with the aforementioned second church, are described as belonging to the emperor, the Tekfur. So these were probably residential buildings assigned for the use of members of the Paleologos family, parallel to the imperial houses at the Comnenian convent of Keharitomeni that were reserved for the foundress Irini Dukeina, the wife of Emperor Alexios I Komnenos, and her relatives, as has been suggested by Nicholas Melvani. The church mentioned in connection with the Tekfur's houses also has its parallel at the imperial quarter of Keharitomeni, which likewise included a church. At Studios, besides the main church dedicated to St. John Prodromos, a second church that was dedicated to the Theotokos is attested in the 9th century. However, it is attested in a poem of Theodore Studites. However, the church and the imperial dwellings mentioned in the survey may well have been Paleologan structures that were perhaps added to the Studios complex during the restoration work undertaken by Constantine Paleologos, the son of Emperor Michael VIII, at the end of the 13th century, as we learned from Gregoras. Concerning the hospital of the Studios monastery, the only evidence available until now was a short iambic poem of Theodore Studites addressed to a nosokomos, which indirectly points to its existence. The Istanbul survey, in addition to confirming the presence of a hospital at Studios, provides some information about its physical properties, describing it as a stately, mükellef two-story building with 7 rooms in its lower and 3 rooms in its upper floor. The fact that the hospital is registered as the first item among the monastery's buildings leads me to think that it was situated either within the main complex or perhaps adjacent to it. The group of 4 houses recorded in the following entry may well have been auxiliary buildings of the hospital. The evidence I presented so far has primarily been concerned with the spatial and structural aspects of monastic foundations. These examples can certainly be multiplied, but I will now shortly turn to a few examples that bear new evidence regarding topographic issues. In the quarter of Psamathia, or Samatia, or it's referred to as Ipsomethia in the survey, at the southwestern corner of Constantinople, one of 3 successively registered monasteries is called Theotokos, is called Zudhoho. I don't know, I guess none of this is legible. It's somewhere here. It is Zudhoho, and it is very tempting to identify this with the monastery of Theotokos Zoodohos, which the Athonite monastery of Lavra acquired as a metochion inside Constantinople in 1332. Of course, it's not to be confused with the famous Zoodohos Pii outside of the walls of Constantinople. So this is the Theotokos Zoodohos, which was inside the walls of the city, and a short chronicle notice refers to the same monastery as Zoodohos of Kirmaximos. Unfortunately, neither the short chronicle nor the Lavra documents specify its location within the walls of Constantinople. They only say, or the Lavra documents state that it lay within the walls of Constantinople. So, if my proposed identification is correct, then the Istanbul survey reveals that Lavra's metochion was located roughly between Psamathia and Xerolophos, since the next 2 monasteries in the quarter were both situated at the Xerolophos, that of Patriarch Athanasios, and the next one, the third one, is called Buber, Manastırnam Buber, which I have identified as the metochion of the Iviron monastery. I guess those Iviron people staying in Constantinople may have been staying there. The metochion that the Iviron monastery is known to have possessed around the middle of 11th century in Constantinople, and it is we only have one. It is attested only in the Vita of the 11th century Georgian monk George the Hagiorite, where it is called Iviron's metochion of Xerlopa, with no further information. The Ottoman survey lists the buildings of Buber as follows: a church named Saint Euphemia, it is called Ayafemia, 10 houses, and a shop adjacent to one of its 3 houses that are specifically marked as being on the street, on the road. By the way, it should be noted that based on the evidence of Lavra later acquired a new metohion in 1367 along the Golden Horn shore, and so based on Lavra's acquisition of a new metohion on the Golden Horn, Nicholas Melvani has suggested that the Zodohos monastery may indeed have been located on the somewhere else, in other words, on the Propontis shore. And he suggested possibly near the former harbor of Julian or Sofia, which was mentioned earlier. This is where he places it, where the monastery of Vatopedi had also acquired some property in 1347. If, however, my proposed identification is correct, then the Istanbul survey points to a location considerably west of the site suggested by Melvani. But of course, this cannot be verified in the present state of our knowledge with just this one source. Another likely candidate has been proposed by Inalcik, who identified Zudhoho as the monastery of Theotokos Perivleptos on the site of the present-day Sulu Manastır in the Samatya region, again, which was mentioned earlier by Albrecht Berger. And that identification is, geographic proximity as well as based on a presumed confusion between the pronunciations of Zodohos and Theotokos. But a point in favor of this identification is the placement of Zudhoho. Of course, you see Perivleptos there, is the identification, is the placement of Zudoto in the survey in between the references to the monasteries of Studios and Patriarch Athanasios, which is topographically in line with the itinerary of the 14th century Russian pilgrim Stephen of Novgorod, who went from Studios to Perivleptos, and Ignatius of Smolensk, who visited Perivleptos right after the monastery of Athanasios. Moreover, references to some of Zudoho's buildings on the street seem to allude to a road, probably connecting it to the southern main road of Constantinople that led to the Golden Gate and near which Perivleptos was situated. According to the survey, Zudhoho had a stone gate with a 2-story gatehouse attached to it, and in its courtyard there were, in addition to a church, 20 houses, 8 of which, being adjacent to one another, are registered as a block, and one individually registered single-story house is qualified as large. Sometimes when a refectory is not mentioned, the large building tends to be mentioned right after the church, tends to be the refectory. Now, the survey's data concerning the next quarter, called İsa Germesi, and the 3 monasteries, it includes 3 successively listed monasteries, just like the other one, Samatya. And so here, once again, we get important topographic information. Now, the quarter is named after the church of İsa Germesi, which had an unoccupied shop below it. We can safely assume this to be the church that was later converted into the small mosque known as İsa Kapı Mescidi, near the so-called Gate of Jesus, İsa Kapı or Ese Kapı, demolished during the earthquake of 1509, which modern scholarship has identified as the old Golden Gate along the Constantinian land wall. And here on the Düsseldorf copy of Bondelmonti, one can see the old Golden Gate as an arch shown, represented. Now, the first monastery of the quarter, named Ayaz Mamoz, is registered several entries after this church and may thus be assigned to an approximate location in the vicinity of the old Golden Gate, possibly between it and the Vlaga region, where the next monastery, Saint Demetrios of the Paleologi, was situated. The name Ayaz Mamoz immediately brings to mind the well-known monastery of St. Mamas inside Constantinople, not the one outside, which was an early Byzantine foundation that was apparently refounded twice between the end of the 10th century and mid-12th century, and was still in existence in the Paleologan period until at least 1399, which, however, was located, according to long-established scholarly consensus, near the Theodosian land walls in the vicinity of the Xilokarkos Gate, Belgrad Kapı, not far from the monasteries of St. Andrew in Crisi and Studios. So here is the traditional identification and the other two monasteries mentioned. Now, in fact, in the nearby quarter of Babı Silivri, Selimbria Gate or the Piggy Gate, just north of the Xilokarkos Gate, the survey mentions a monastery by the name of Sivastokrator Memes or Mamas, which it might perhaps be more reasonable to identify with Saint Mamas, even though the title Sebastokrator attached to its name is difficult to explain. The survey describes Sivastokrator Memes as a small complex made up of 4 one-story houses, a church and a large house, all unoccupied at the time. Now, if this identification is correct, then the monastery of Ayaz Mamoz in the quarter of İsa Germesi must be a second foundation in southwestern Constantinople that was also dedicated to Saint Mamas, contrary to scholarly opinion that has so far accepted the presence of only one monastery named after the popular 3rd century Cappadocian martyr in this part of the city. According to the survey, Ayaz Mamoz consisted of a church that was currently being used by the Christians of the quarter, the Mahalle Kafirleri, a one-story house beside the church, 2 chardaks, 16 cells, and a winery. Yet, which of the 2 above-mentioned monasteries in the survey should be identified with St. Mamas of Byzantine sources remains open to question, if indeed the latter does represent a single foundation rather than 2 separate monasteries located not too far from each other, which modern scholarship has conflated into one. I don't have time left to go into the details, but there are strong grounds for believing that rather than one monastery that was refounded twice, we might actually be dealing with 2 different monasteries, one refounded by Simeon the New Theologian in the 10th century and located in the vicinity of the Xilokarkos Gate in the Theodosian land walls, which might well correspond to the survey's abandoned monastery of Sivastokrator Memes, and the other refounded in the mid-12th century and located near St. Andrew in Crisi, in closer proximity to the Golden Gate in the Constantinian land wall, which might well be identical to the survey's still functioning monastery of Ayaz Mamoz. At any rate, regardless of whether this hypothesis is correct or not, the survey provides new evidence demonstrating the existence of 2 Mamas monasteries in southwestern Constantinople. To conclude, again, as I said, there are more examples of these topographic issues that there is no time to go into. So in order to conclude, I would just like to return to the question I posed at the beginning of my paper in connection with the 16th century image of Pammakaristos. The image with few buildings inside the walls, except for some cells that are built into the porticoed walls, in my opinion, does not seem to conform fully with the distinct general impression we get from the Istanbul survey, which has given us evidence of large numbers of buildings, residential and non-residential structures, packed inside the courtyards of monastic complexes or clustered around them. A closer literary parallel can be found, in fact, in Klavihos' description of the Perivleptos monastery, which he likened to, quote, a great township, unquote, or a large town, a statement that can indeed apply to most other monasteries in the city based on what the survey has shown us. And if we are to look for a parallel visual image, the general picture we get from the survey corresponds most closely to the Buondelmonti, various Buondelmonti views of Constantinople, showing us a city dotted with monasteries, surrounded by their circuit walls, and then lots of large empty spaces in between, most of the concentration being within the walls of monasteries. So here is, of course, the Venice version of Buondelmonti, of which there are many other versions, of course, but these are, monastery, walled monastery, sparse population, and so I think these are two parallel images, one literary, the other visual. We have, and just some other versions of Buondelmonti, and here all 6 versions together. We have also seen that the survey contains information that can help solve topographical questions or problems, but at the same time, it raises new ones as well. A few, since most of the information we get is restricted to buildings and topography, in other words, the spatial aspects, as I said, of monastic foundations, we of course can get no idea about the human, lively intellectual, cultural, or religious aspects of these foundations in question as they had been in the Paleologan period. In other words, we don't get really a sense of them as living institutions, and sometimes even the spatial aspects may not be fully covered, since, for instance, gardens and vineyards that are often mentioned in the literary accounts of monastic complexes are not included, or very rarely included, in the survey. And also, finally, the information we have is restricted only to the property, to the buildings within the monastic complexes and their immediate surroundings. Thus, we don't learn anything about their possessions in other parts of the city or in the provinces, as is well known from other sources. Yet, despite these shortcomings, though, the Istanbul survey is full of new evidence, and it looks like a simple document, yet it is much more complex and more difficult than it appears. And as I continue to work on it and to work with it, I hope that another fragment of it may be discovered someday soon, especially the parts including Hagia Sophia and the remaining parts of the city. So thank you for your attention.
Well, I say only çok teşekkürler to Nevra Necipoğlu. Çok interesting conference İstanbul Monastery hakkında. After these thanks, I declare concluded this first session of our Congress. We'll see in this afternoon. So thank you to everybody, and good appetite.